Hello and welcome to Qualification Sunday, live from DreamHack Summer in the heart of Jönköping in Sweden. My name is Richard Buckley and it's an absolute pleasure to bring you in to this festival of FC on the road to the Esports World Cup. I will not be alone over the next few hours as we go from 512 down to 6. I've assembled my dream team alongside me, the one and only Alex B, Ryan Pessoa and Brandon Smith. Brandon, we're getting tight, we're getting cagey, we're getting nervy, but we're starting to make our way through this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, credit to the admins, because it's been a stressful couple of days for those guys. 512 arrived here, of course, in DreamHack Sweden. Now only 32 remain. Less than that remain now in the competition, because we've been playing the rounds off stream as well, but we are coming into today for the big one. 6 tickets to the Esports World Cup, Richard. That is why we're here.
And that is what it's all about, the Esports World Cup, extravaganza of esports that will take place later on in the year from July 3rd to August 25th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. 21 titles, over $60 million worth of prize money, and you can see how that prize money will be split up on the right hand side. It is going to be a true magnificent occasion that every single gamer and esports fan wants to be a part of. If you're wondering for a little bit more information about those club championships and how they all work and where that prize money is broken down, have a little look at this.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs, across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Everyone wants to be there at the Esports World Cup and get their hands on that $60 million worth of prize money. But where does FC24 fold into this extraordinary tournament? There's only 16 spots available, and we can have a breakdown of those spots right now. Ryan Pessoa.
Yes, of course. We've spoken about how Dallas gave out 2 spots in their qualifier a few weeks ago. 6 spots will be given out today, as well as the 2 last chance qualifiers in a later on, as part of later on in this season, as well as the 2 global invites. We've already seen the South American, Asian, and the Oceania spots given out as we take a look at the players that are already at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, you can see PHZ, Nathan SR, Web Nasri, Mark 11, Team Hully, Emre Yilmaz, and Manu Bashori, and 6 more of those spots, Alex, will be filled by the end of today.
Yeah, they will be indeed, and those players will be looking at those names already and thinking they want to be joining them. They want to be one of the 16 that will be in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in August.
And let's have a look at how DreamHack Summer broke down. This is how the tournament was made up. 4 groups, 128 players in each group. From those groups, 32 came out into individual brackets. They then got brought down to 2. 2 players from each bracket made it in to the final 32-player bracket. And that is where we started to see some incredible FC be played. We will tell you who is in the tournament, who has gone out very, very shortly. But it's not only the qualification to the Esports World Cup that the players are playing for right now. There is also some prize money on the line as well. $25,000 for the first place, $15,000 for second, $10,000 for third and fourth, and you can see that prize pool breakdown right there. It is really starting to hot up here in Jönköping in Sweden. The atmosphere is building, and I'm really, really excited to see what this place is going to offer. There is some absolutely mammoth games that are going to be taking place on this main stage very, very shortly indeed. And without any further ado, let's have a look at this bracket and see how today has started to take shape. Brandon, I'm going to give you the honours. Talk me through the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is where it gets really juicy. 32 players kicked off not that long ago. You can see some of the big names there and some of the big results. MS Dasari kicking off on the upper bracket before falling down a little bit later on. Ollie Bolly, of course, also losing out in winning his first game, then falling down a little bit later on into the bracket as well. On that bottom side, this is where we started to lose players that were eliminated from the competition.
And we're just going to see this take over to the right. Just look at that game, bottom of your page right now.
We have had to wait.
It's the El Clasico.
4 years for that game. It's happening. It's an elimination game. MS Dasari v Tex will be on broadcast. Alongside that, you've got an all-French game in there as well. Fuma against Ilian Bushi. Hezes against Karim. 2 Italians going toe-to-toe. And I think we are waiting on a full-time result still. Stingray against Anders Vergang is a match that's taking place. Currently, winner of that plays against Neat. If we can go to the upper side of the bracket, if possible, these games are also massive, Rich, because we have to speak about it first and foremost. Goal Poacher beating Anders Vergang via extra time. He is in a qualification game. If he wins that, he qualifies for the Esports World Cup. Abu Makar against Lucas. That's a qualification game for Saudi Arabia. Lewy de Veerd against Yago is also a qualification game. Banana against Young. Goal Poacher, as you said, at the bottom there as well, against Luna Galaxy's Portuguese star as well. Whoever wins those games qualifies for the Esports World Cup.
If you want penalties, Goal Poacher against Anders, it was all the way down to the final wire, and the Englishman came out on top. You can see those games, all those qualifying matches and everything from here on out. We will have you covered. You will not need tweets and Instagram stories to keep you up to date with what is happening right now. These are the upcoming matches. MS Dasari versus Tex, Fuma versus Ilian Bushi, Abu Makar versus Lucas Official, who Lucas Official just beat fellow Saudi Arabian MS Dasari in the bracket. And an all South American affair. Brazil versus Argentina. Banano versus Young.
In another day, Richard, we could have had Abu Makar against MS Dasari for a spot at the Esports World Cup. Sort of like the new guard against the old guard. Of course, you can just see the other players getting ready to go. That is not MS Dasari or Abu Makar. That is one of their coaches from Team Falcons that are just queuing up their players into the game. He said, yeah, it's not me. Definitely not me. I'm not playing this game. He is not playing this game. But come on, we've got to speak about it. I know it's not a qualification game, but Tex against Dasari, we've had to wait a long time to see that game again. And look, it might be the last time we maybe ever see that game, Rich.
Yeah, it could be. You don't know what's lurking around the corner, so enjoy it while they're here. Ryan Pessoa, you were in the middle of it when they were going back and forth. You were still playing, you were still competing. What does this game mean for the wider esport?
It's a battle of the juggernauts in the scene. Of course, over the years, we've seen Tex and MS Dasari reign supreme. Across the last couple of years, of course, we've seen the emergence of new talent, but it's still a massive game, especially so it's an elimination game. Loser bracket in Sweden. And of course, there's so much at stake in that game.
Yeah, there certainly is. We're going to see 2 players qualifying right now to the Esports World Cup. Banano versus Young, Abu Makar versus Lucas. 2 losers bracket games. Players will be going out. They will be going home as MS Dasari takes on Tex and Fuma takes on Ilian Bushi. Headsets are going on. Players are getting just sat down and we're starting to just get ready for these games. I would probably say we're about 5 minutes away from kickoff, looking at the stage behind me. It's been a true mammoth of a day, Alex. Some of these players were here at 9 AM this morning to kick off yesterday's bracket in Group D and then continue into the actual playoffs.
The whole weekend for every single player, it's been long. It's been extremely long. If you got to this point now, you're like, great, thank you, but I've still got so much to do to guarantee myself a spot in the Esports World Cup. And they've just got to look at it and say, everyone's been in the same boat. We've had the delays, we've had the issues. It is what it is. It's now time for us to really show our worth on the big stage. There's just so many great games, Richard.
Yeah, there really is. It is going to be a incredible display, more than anything, of FC.
And when we build into this game as well between Banana and Young, from the times they've played against each other, they played in the same group in the FC Pro Open. Banana is yet to get a win against Young. They even played in Wiki Wednesday in a grand final about 2 weeks ago, and still Young won that game as well. So if there's a bit of revenge to get, Alex, in this game now, that is no doubt the biggest one they have ever played, a ticket to the Esports World Cup where only 16 players can get there.
If there's a time to do it, this is the time that Mateus Banana will be saying, it's time for me to finally get that upper hand. But Young will go into that and just know, I've got the confidence for it.
I don't know if you can just turn the camera ever so slightly around to the audience. It is standing room only in here as well. It is filling up. We're getting players in here. You've got Brazilian players, you've got Spanish and Argentine players. It is getting very, very tasty. Hez is sat on the floor. There's no seats left.
He's saying, whose knees am I leaning on? Just to get some sort of comfortable. This is going to be 4 games at the same time. We're going to be kicking off first and foremost the 2 qualification matches.
Yeah, I've not seen Ilian Bushi in about 10 minutes. He's not on the stage yet. I think he's just... Fuma's locked in. Fuma's ready to play. Ilian is just...
We've got to get a camera if we can, right to the bottom booth, if possible.
Banana looks like he's about to go for a ring walkout.
He did the same sort of stance for us in the Champions League when he was hyping himself up for his games there. It's sort of been the way he's got himself into the right headspace this year.
Here you go. Both players getting locked in. Few final changes, few final settings just coming into play. I've got the quad feed in front of me. I can see all 4 games and where they're currently at.
Get Rich as well, a preview on camera of 2 players. It wasn't a lie. It wasn't a lie in the bracket. You weren't misreading it. They are playing against each other in an elimination game as well. We can see them locking in any second now. And here they are. Tex on one side of your screen. And on the opposite side, MS Dasari in an elimination game here in the lower bracket. There's still a long way to go for them both to get into the Esports World Cup, but one of them will still be in the conversation.
Yeah, they certainly will be. I'm just looking over. There's 1 game taking place right now. As you can hear the MS Dasari chant coming out.
Tex will love this, you know.
He will.
Tex is reveling in this. This is a Clash of the Titans game. I might just sit in silence and just watch, you know. You guys just take control.
That's not what you ain't paid for.
I'm going to sit and watch, you know.
Do you think, Ryan, for either one of them, who has more pressure on them? MS Dasari or Tex?
Ooh, it's both of them. I'll be honest. I know it's been a few years since I believe you've seen them against each other on the main stage, but I promise you, both of these players, this is pride.
I've got an answer. I think Dasari, it's in Riyadh.
Yeah.
It's the Esports World Cup. He wants to play at his home tournament.
Yep.
And
it will show that he's
Tex has got the FC Pro World Championships as well.
True.
Yeah.
There as a tournament to go for. Dasari loses this, probably looking at season over.
On the opposite side of that, for Tex, if he qualifies for another World Championship, you go back to Manchester City Esports and go, look,
I've done everything
we've done the
I can.
job. We've won the Premier League. I've qualified for the FC Pro World Championships. I've qualified for the other World Cup that's available as well. That is Ilian Bushi there, who is also in a really important elimination game. He takes on fellow French player Fuma, the champion of the League 1, 4 years in a row. He's won that competition. He was playing to the late hours yesterday evening. We had him on the broadcast to speak to him. So many good games. As we said, you will not miss any of the action here from our final day in DreamHack Sweden. All the games coming your way, 4 at the same time. We're kicking off the qualification games first and foremost, and they are underway now. Abu Maka against Lucas Official. 2 players that are also in the FC Pro Open earlier on this year. Winner of this will be amongst the best 16 in the world this summer. in Saudi Arabia. We have to give plaudits, Richard, as well to Lucas, because he didn't have the best FC Pro Open.
But he was still there.
He was there, and what he's done since then, he obviously played in the virtual Bundesliga, didn't win that, didn't go very far in the club championship, but still, as hungry as ever. Abu Bakr might have the first chance here. Lovely little bit of manual movement there with the defender, just to pull him across Kai Havertz.
Abu Bakr's been great in this tournament. I think he's been a real solid player throughout. He's always going to be there. He's always going to be late in tournaments, and what you saw from him in the FC Pro Open, what you saw from him in the virtual league as well, and now moving into sort of the latter periods of the season, you expect him to be there now.
Well, Abu Bakr also has qualified for the FC Pro World Championships. He won the East Saudi League this year, and he sort of has been the up-and-coming star behind MS Dasari, but the fact that the both of them could have played in another world, in another day, they could have played on the winners bracket side. They both had different defeats though, because Lucas did beat MS Dasari. Our other match has kicked off as well, another qualification game, a South American affair over in Game D. We can join that live. Let's go into it now. Banana against Young. And it is Matthias Banana with a corner here and maybe an early start. 2 hands on it for the Tuzzy Esports player in Young. You're smiling, Ryan.
Honestly, I'm just embracing everything. I'm just looking at the quad feed, seeing that all the matches unfold, and Young versus Banana was a huge game. Of course, not to mention obviously the spot for at the Esports World Cup, but I feel like Young's come close a lot of times this year, but hasn't managed to get over the final hurdle.
The amount of times as well, head-to-head, that they have played this year in big important games. Banana yet to pick up a result on him. Got to remember, Young was a penalty shootout away against Anders Vergang from qualifying from the FC Pro World Championships earlier on this year. He's had a really strong season as well. Here's Banana now, breaks the line, Hostelou. Still in possession is the Madrid's defended well by Kai Havertz. And as that one has kicked off, there's also Game B that's underway too. Let's go to that one. Between the two French players there, Fuma against Ilian Bouchy. And we could be joining at the right time. Ilian Bouchy leads by a goal to 0, 4 minutes in. Let's jump back to this one here, because Young's got a big chance now. Edge of the box, Alex Mateus drops the shoulder. Goals galore. Young, first goal back there. Let's go to Game C. Nil-nil still, Abu Bakr against Lucas. The key thing to remember, Rich, which we have to do, 2 of these games are qualification games, 2 of them are just lower bracket matches.
Yeah, the matches that, if you are just joining us, to qualify for the Esports World Cup, Abu Bakr versus Lucas, the game that you're seeing right now. And also Matthias Banano versus Young, as Abu Bakr, he's been on top so far from what we've seen, Alex, and he takes the lead.
He has, and it's a lovely first time over the top through ball, just slipping in Haaland and actually having the time and the composure to say, I'm not going to go on my left foot across the face of goal. Lucas looking for that goalkeeper movement, says I'll slot it in at the near post, and that commanding start, he is rewarded with a goal.
3 games underway so far, and 3 goals, all Abu Bakr, Young and Ilian Bouchy leading by 1 goal to 0.
The only game that hasn't kicked off yet is that MS Dasari Tex game. It's been just organised
It's
now.
not been held for entertainment, by the way. I think they got in a little bit unhappy with some of the settings and they've just restarted. And they'll be joining very soon.
Well, still 1-0 here. We've got a replay. Goal has gone in and it's gone the way of Fuma. 9 minutes on the clock. It is the 4-time French C-League 1 champion that has brought a goal back. Surprise, surprise. It's Ousmane Dembélé, Alex. He loves him all. Mbappe in his team.
He does indeed. The player lot coming through as Haaland gets a chance.
That's nice.
Abu Bakr. He'll find a second. There must be a bit more on it as well for those players, Alex. The tournament's in their home country. They want to be there. They've got to be there, the best 16.
Of course they do, and we saw it last year. The atmosphere that Saudi provide, you will not be wanting to miss out on that. Just knowing that you've got that crowd behind you almost just gives you that extra bit of momentum going forward into each game.
And you maybe didn't think things could get better, couldn't get any tastier. Get ready for this one. Anders Vergang beat Stingray. He plays neat in the next losers bracket round. As you're going to see a fantastic finish there from Vitinho into the top left corner.
That's Fuma 2-up in that game. Went 1-0 down early doors, but he's back in front. Chance now for Lucas just to restore some hope. That one defended well. Let's go back to the South American game, Game D. Has anything changed there? No. Young still in front, 1-0 against Matthias Bonanno. Both Manchester City Esports players still in the bracket here. This is a matchup as well for qualification to the Esports World Cup. The Sari text has not kicked off yet. Young. By this time, patient enough was Bonanno. To get himself back on the ball and start this other attack again. Haaland. You want him in the box, not out wide. Thanks to a couple of player locks, we'll use it. The idea was there for the 1-1 pass into R9.
Yeah, the idea was there. It was great. He was direct with Haaland. If you take a look at a replay, this comes in our match. Lucas Official in his game. Oh, it's a brutal mistake. That's a horror show. It's a big mistake. But Lucas Official back in that game, down 2-1.
And we have got a kick-off in Game A. It is underway. We'll stay with this chance first. Ooh. Well, watch the corner coming from Bonanno.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
And then we'll go to Game A after. Corner comes in, front post, flick on! Oh, you said it was dangerous, Richard. He's back in the game, Bonanno. And I'll tell you what's just happened. Let's go live to it now. Game A, Texas scored in 2 minutes.
Haaland for both City players at the same time, by the way.
This
both
is what
a header.
that you might not see for some time. We saw it 4 years ago in Paris, FUT Champions Cup, which feels like forever ago, because it was.
February 2020. Those three winning on penalties.
And now they play again here in DreamHack, Sweden. 3 minutes in, Tex leading by a goal.
Well, here you go. This was a goal back. You say it was a horror show defensively, but it is superb work inside the box. That left stick dribbling, floats it into Haaland at the back post, right? And once again, early at the back stick.
Yeah, we know what happens when it's dinked up there. MS Dasari trying to get a goal back against Tex. Early on, 5 minutes in.
It's really good pressure off the ball as well. Dinks it in behind for Kai Havertz. Saliba comes across and will reclaim possession back there for Tex. For anyone who is watching, Tex from right to left there in that white City strip, and from left to right, all in black, is Abu Maka. Lucas with a delicate dink over the goalkeeper to half that deficit once again. 3-2, Abu Maka leads.
Dasari.
Again, that left-hand side of the pitch, that's where he's looking to play in these early stages. Kai Havertz getting a lot of possession. Do you ever find yourself, Alex, favouring one side of the pitch more than the other?
It's always going to be that case when you have a specific setup that you have. That Dossary right now has Haaland on that right-hand side of the screen. So he's wanting to be looking for those back post crosses. So it makes no sense for him to be down on the right-hand side with Haaland being on that ball. You want him there every single chance that you have.
And there you can see the 4 games and what they mean in the grander scheme of things. Losers round 3, Dossary 0, Tex 1. Losers round 3, Fuma 2, Ilya Bushi 1. Abu Maka 4-2 up against Lucas for an Esports World Cup spot. And Bonanno and Young still tied at 1 apiece just before half-time.
And where it differs for Tex is the fact that because he has Sorloth, Haaland, Drogba, he has got options to go for those aerial crosses whenever he pleases, because they're always going to be there for him.
And that was the 4th goal that Abu Maka did just score. Let's go back live. Could be a chance here, Brandon, through Capdevia.
It could be. Towards the back post it goes. "30 minutes in here, as we said, whoever loses this is out. They will not be at the Esports World Cup. And there won't be any more chances in the near future Vitinha. Back to R9 defender, well by Militao.
Did he have the space there, Ryan?
He did, but I don't think he expected that animation when he received possession with R9. Could have turned down and gone in behind. Here's a replay between Fuma and Ilian Bushis. A corner whipped in. Haaland again, green time. And that's 3-1 for Fuma in that game.
We'll try and bring you all the goals, all the moments, and all the reaction from these important games here. And Jönköping in Sweden.
Back to this one. Tex, in case you missed it, went 3-0 up. Sorry, 1-0 up in 3 minutes. Didn't got 3-0 up yet. As we said, scores on the doors. Everything is looking very tight. Here's Desari now. Mbappe!
That's nice.
Back or square in this one. 20 minutes in. It is 1-1. Both fighting to survive in the tournament here in DreamHack. Also a goal back, you can see top of your screen. Abimaka 5-2 up. He's pulling away from Lucas in the qualification game.
Been really impressed with MS Desari's pressing. He's pressing Tex high up on in the final third of the pitch, winning possession quite often. And Tex, I feel like in these first 20 minutes, most of his chances have come from back post crosses.
And just to make it clear as well, lots of people asking in the chat, there is an FC Pro World Championship and there is the Esports World Cup. Two are very different tournaments and have different ways you can qualify for them both. As it currently stands, there is only 6 players that have qualified for the Esports World Cup. 2 of them came from Dallas not that long ago. It was the 2 Team Hullet players, Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bishore. Mark Levin's already there, Webb Nasri, and then the 2 South Americans, PH In and Nathan Essar, the CONMEBOL Williams-Dores champion. Those are the players in there so far. By the end of play tonight, Richard, it will become 12.
Yeah, it will. Dosseri's building up a little bit differently, Ryan, the way that he's going wide and then looking to come back inside very quickly.
Like, and then he also still has the option back out wide again. He's been zipping it around. I've been impressed. I haven't really got to see much of MS Desari this year, to be honest. And you've heard a lot from me. Obviously, had the interview with him and he spoke about how he feels like his level is high, and a lot of players are feeling as if the Dosseri of old is potentially back.
He's also very happy to play the one-touch passes in around the box as well. In these areas, like, he's very comfortable in possession. He's sort of playing a hybrid. It's not all crossing, and it's less crossing and more spreading the play.
Here's Haaland now. Desari stopped there in his tracks by Militao, and just building off the back of what you said, Richard, or not, there is a chance. R9 still does squeeze it in. Desari will take the lead. But what I wanted to say was he didn't have a good performance by his own standards in Dallas, and where we haven't seen him that much, he just hasn't been able to play against those typical European players that he may have been used to. Bonanno has also scored as well. He leads 2-1. That is a qualification game for the Esports World Cup. But to the point I wanted to say, Ryan, is that for Desari, where he's been busy doing other things such as working with Team Falcons, his own esports organisation, he just naturally hasn't been able to have the reps against those usual faces. The closest thing would have had to that would have been in Dallas.
That goal as well stemmed from the high press. It was a mistake on Tex's part, but lost there with the play with R9, direct in on goal was beautiful.
Yeah, I think Tex will be a little bit disappointed with that. I think he's tried to clear the ball and he's ended up going to the left back who was closer to him rather than the left mid. So it just gave the opportunity for Dosseri to compete in the air, look for that knockdown. And then when you find that space inside the 18-yard box, he's always going to have that sort of footwork just to say, look, I can go left, I can go right, I can go straight. Either way, I'm going to look to punish you. It's a brilliant finish.
Well, here are the scores as it currently stands. We'll stay with our eyes on our feature matchup. Fuma is leading 3-1 against Ilian Bushi of Lost Glio. Abimaka 5-2 up still with his qualification game against Lucas. And Bonanno, from being 1-0 down, leads 2-1. That is also a qualification game for the Esports World Cup. Big chance, just about recovered well there by Tex and Saliba.
You'd see the player lock just coming in there. They're almost a little bit too simple. You maybe expected it to do another direction or move a different way, but he kept it pretty simple. Capdevere with a dinked cross into Haaland. However, Dosseri in the right place at the right time.
Vitinha lofted in. You always look at the flick down. Mbappe, can he twinkle toe around the defender? Not that time, Alex.
Yeah, I think Tex just caught in two minds on what sort of skill move he wanted to execute there to try and get past the defender.
This is nice. This is nice from Young in the Bonano game. Played it to Haaland. Green time across goal. Near post was marked there with the players, but Bonano tried to manually get bodies in between the ball and the goal to block it.
For anyone interested as well, just about to say, Abu Maka, he is cruising to the Esports World Cup. 6-2 up right now.
He will be the 7th player locked in out of the 16. Now he looks to be one of the first matches that could be done from this important round. Sorry, looking to build once again. Mbappe, Vitinha. Will involve Hostelu, yeah, believe it or not, still playing a right back.
It's just a level of patience.
Yeah, he's playing extremely well, and he's reading the way Tex is attacking with the balls over the top, the little switches. He's trying to manually track the runs as well, but I'm acting like Dos is a rookie in this business. I'm about to say I'm impressed by him. It's just the Dos of old in a way, with just the pressing.
Sorloth. Haaland, poor touch. He's going to get pretty fortunate on the Capdevia. It's going to bring him back into play. You're asking a lot there, Mbappe, aren't you, to win that battle?
This is what me and Alex, we spoke about this earlier. In terms of your attacking front 3 or 4, let's say, if you have all 3 or all 4 players as target men, in those situations when the ball's at Haaland's feet, twisting and turning, if that was, let's say, a Neymar for Tex, we know how good Tex is when he dribbles with players. Probably the best there is in and around the areas, intricacies and everything, but it just doesn't fit. That's just me personally. I just don't see it. I don't.
Out of his 4 attackers, he has one player who is capable of having the ball very comfortable at feet, and that's Mbappe.
Here he is.
All the others want it in the air.
We saw how good he was yesterday for Fuma. Can he do it for Tex now? Haaland back inside, dropper!
Great keeping movement.
Got stuck in a way with 1 or 2 defenders, but he will win a corner. Tex scoring from an early corner. Will he do it again? Not on that occasion. Desari does enough, and that should get us into half-time. Desari leads Tex by 2 goals to 1. Let's jump over to game D.
This is a South American derby that's just gone into a pause as we join it. 2-2 right now. Let's head to game B. It's the only game that's not in a pause right now. 3-1. This is a knockout game of FC.
They might have joined at the right time, because Fuma is in possession now of Ousmane Dembele. Might get another. Right at it, not on that occasion. Pause coming in from Ilian Bushit.
Oh, it's unlucky.
So unlucky.
Well, this is live. Goal back for Lucas. There is still about 25 in-game minutes there. Yes, it's a 3-goal deficit still, but who knows?
There could be a chance. You never know.
You never know. That's Abu Maka, by the way, 6-3 up. As it stands, it looks like the next person that will be going to the Esports World Cup. 28 minutes left. Back over to this one. We're off from the pause. Here is Young Mbappe. Rivaldo. Petr Cech needs his leg to save it. It's ricocheted around the box. Suddenly all this space starts to appear for Bonano. Nice step over X to give you the acceleration boost. Ball rolls inside. Can he pull the finish off? Yes, he can!
The patience from Bonano there to just use that Haaland as bait, saying, look, Young, you know the option to play. Haaland is there if I want it. So he just carries on driving, and then it's about, okay, that option's no longer there. Let's look to slip in the attacker in Ronaldo, and then just can we find that finish? Of course he can, every single time. Green time across the face of goal. It's brilliant composure in a massive game.
Still a long time left, though. Back to our other matchup now, game A, which has just kicked off for the second half. MS Dasari against Tex. Tex 2-1 down to Dasari as it currently stands. Sorry, maybe on his way to get a third hit. If he can start queuing up those numbers in the box, that's a terrible touch, but he might recover well. What on earth was that? From Haaland does enough to keep him in possession still. Rivaldo turning on a six, puts into Vitinha. Can he get him round? No, he can't. Schmeichel saves it, still is alive for Dasari. And Mbappe getting all the bounces. Havertz, Cruz, Vitinha again. Schmeichel saves the day for Tex. And now he goes for a corner for Dasari. Quick corner in, flick on! You knew what was going to happen. Havertz makes it 3.
It's been coming, Brandon. An onslaught of attacks from MS Dasari. It felt as if just before that he was destined to score in the corner, of course. Whipped in, and Kai Havertz gets his head onto it, into the far corner. 3-1 in this game. Tex has a mountain to climb.
Something that Dosseri's just done so well there with that corner is pulling an attacker short and then having 3 players in the box in Joselu, Van Dijk and Havertz, all who are very capable of winning anything in the air if the opportunity comes. So just say, there's plenty of options. I can go short, near post, middle and back post. Which way am I going to go? He finds the back of the net.
You can see those live scores coming through for you. There's just been a goal back for Ilian Bouchy, 3-2. Fuma leads. Abu Maka 15 minutes away from an Esports World Cup. 6-3 in his game. Tex coming forward here through Capdevia. Digs into Heartland. And the game is back on.
There's a long time left to be played still in that one. 35 in-game minutes. Do not count Tex out of this by any means. Here's the replay of the goal you may have missed as well. Ilian Bouchy pulling back an important goal. This is an elimination game here in DreamHack Sweden as well. So many games on the way. We're trying to do our best to keep up to date with everything that's going in. Back to game D if we can go there live now, because there could be nearly an all-important equaliser as it stands. Bonanno, 12 in-game minutes away from qualifying for Riyadh and into the Esports World Cup. Tell you what though, Young might have something to say about that before we get there. Pull it into Haaland. Rivaldo on the finesse, deflection should be easy.
Keeper.
Oh, yep. I got a little bit scared for him.
Well, I'll tell you what, we said Abu Maka was running away with this one, but Lucas is saying, no, I'm still very much in this, Ryan.
Yeah, it's a goal back in this game. Just over 10 minutes. He's still 2 goals down, but he's giving himself a lifeline. Bonanno on the attack, trying to seal the deal.
Scores now, starting to give himself some breathing space. As it currently stands, Ilian Bouchy, Fuma and this game are both in the exact same minute, roughly 83rd. Fuma still 3-2 up. Bonanno also 3-2 up here. Pull it. Chance, Rivaldo! And it just continues. They must be sick of playing each other in the big games. They're in the same group as in the FC Pro early this year.
Moved the keeper the right way as well there. I thought it was going to be saved, but Young managed to find the back of the net in that game late on. It's a huge moment for him. It felt as if he was a little bit nervy in his other attacks, giving away or passing. It feels like he's just tapping past around the box there instead of thinking, all right, I'm going to go for this methodical approach. It's just tapping it and hoping it works. But that was a well-worked goal for him.
And 3-3 is a score that we like because Ilian Bouchy has got another one back. He's pressed Fuma into the corner. He's stole the ball back, and Mbappe puts it in the back of the net. 5 minutes left to play.
Hello. Bonanno, the late goal maybe to send himself.
Corner though. We've seen it before. Bonanno corners. CR7.
Esports World Cup. There's the flick on it.
Rebound.
It's up in. It's in. And it's Hostel of all players that may have just squeezed it in. That could be the goal.
Centimetres. It's centimetres. Cleared off the line.
centimetres, and for Young as well, he's even managed to move the goalkeeper before that header's come through, because he knows exactly where Bonanno is going to try and put that. Gets a strong hand on it, but as a goalkeeper, you have to put that one behind, out for another corner. Nothing that Young can do, obviously, about that. But Bonanno doesn't care. He'll take it. 2 minutes away.
Got to go all out. You have to.
Well, let's find out also what's happening as well. We're going to try and give you both endings to these games. This is about to go to extra time on the left-hand side. Fuma. Added time of 2 minutes. Are we on our way there? Oh my, there's been an even bigger goal in game A. We'll wait for the replay. We'll wait for the replay in game A. Text against Dasari. Last kick here. A match winner for Ilian Bushi, surely not. 90+2 on the clock. Cruz. Rivaldo. Corner. Goes his way. On the other side of things, Bonanno is hanging out to try and find himself a spot in the Esports World Cup. There are seconds left in that one. Tex has got to go back. He's 3-3 now against Dasari. And we've got a full-time result over here. Matthias Bonanno, congratulations, you're off to the Esports World Cup. 6 becomes 7, and he will be on the plane to Riyadh. Commiserations to Young. He's not out the tournament yet. He drops down to the lower bracket. What a game. What a game.
And well, you mentioned Young has had the upper hand on Matthias Bonanno in every game previously to this. We said, can Matthias just overcome that hurdle at the time and the place where he needs it most? And he has. Massive congratulations to him.
Well, it looks like Abumaka's on his way also to his home city in Riyadh. He will be at the Esports World Cup as well. Massive congratulations there. Added time to come in of 3 minutes. There won't be enough time. All eyes have to be also on game A. That's going to be a full-time result. Congratulations, Abumaka. He's on his way to the Esports World Cup. Let's go to game A. And let's see how his teammates getting on. Also of Team Falcons. 3-3. Text against Dasari. Or has Dasari got something to say about that? Back to Vitinha! 4-3, he leads now. Live goal here as well. Ilian Bushi. 4-3 up in extra time. And this is where it came from. No need for Haaland this time, just driven across into the path of R9. What a selection of games we've had.
Entertaining games all around. Of course, the French derby between Ilian Bushi and Fuma. I thought it was done for when Fuma took the lead by 2 goals, and I felt maybe Ilian Bushi would have to force it, leave a few gaps for Fuma to exploit, but it's worked the opposite way. It's come back into it perfectly, turned the game on its head completely.
Just to recap again, 2 full-time results are done. Matthias Bonanno has qualified for the Esports World Cup, and so has Abumaka. 7-4 win for him and a 4-3 win there as well. Fuma looking to claw his way back into this one with his end. Trusty Mbappe goes down to ground. Referee waves that one away. Remember, these matches here, sorry Alex, these matches are not qualification games. These are to remain in the competition, to have a run in the lower bracket, to send yourself to the World Cup.
We saw that goal from MS Dasari there, where we've seen so much patience from him in different areas on how he's looked to attack. He's gone back, he's looked for those first-time passes, he's recycled, he's gone up and down the pitch, he's done everything he needs to do. This time he throws in a central L1 square for Haaland then to just knock it down, and it almost just feels too easy for you then to just look for that pass as Tex's defence is trying to work out where do we want to go, what do we want to do. He can find Vitinha inside the 18-yard box, something that maybe Tex could look to use a little bit more of.
Here he is. Well, speaking of Tex, with his Vitinha, what could he do? Cruz finds Drogba. This is nice from Tex. Cristiano Ronaldo. Steal in possession. Drogba! 4-4. You really are looking at 2 of the greats just going toe-to-toe.
And although Cristiano Ronaldo isn't the Neymar that you spoke about, Ryan, he's certainly someone that offers a little bit more on the ground than comparison to Sorloth, for example. And you can see Tex there, that's where he can shine, just having that fancy footwork, being able to dance past the opponent, Dasari not able to get anything on to stop that equaliser.
Yep, there was a huge moment in this game as well. Fuma had a chance with R9 Ronaldo, went wide of the post. Now Ilian Bushi just before the end of the first half of extra time. Trying to find an opening. Great play with pull it down the wing. Whips it in. Haaland wins it. Green.
Ilian Bushi. It might not have been successful this year. He picked up the Rookie of the Year award in the E-League One. He's been the shining star in France. And it looks like he could be nicking out the king of France in Fuma. It's a 2-goal cushion in extra time, Alex. It's going to need a huge ask from Fuma.
A huge ask indeed, and I really like that from Ilian's camp. The coach is there. Tap of the head, switch on. We've still got 15 minutes to make sure that we can see ourselves into this tournament and carry on through that lower bracket, knowing that the job is not done. Fuma is more than capable of finding his way back into this game, but Ilian looking comfortable.
Well, Dasari has just scored a 5th. And who else is it, Alex?
The man.
Vitinha again.
Again. We literally joined that just as it went in. So let's take a look at this replay. Rivaldo with that footwork. And Vitinha's just in all the space in the world inside that 18-yard box, Ryan.
Yeah, it's been a common theme. Late runs into the box, the little passes, the intricacies Dasari's been showing throughout this whole game. And again, Vitinha pulls up when it matters most. Tex now back against the wall. Let's see what he does. Can he get a goal back in this game as quick as possible? Because you know Dasari will be comfortable to keep possession.
Tex. It's come back 4 times already. It's going to need another big piece of magic from him. Or is Dasari going to run away with it? Haaland lifts it in, finds Rivaldo, and he's back.
The crowd have gone mental.
And maybe back at his best for a long time. MS Dasari looks like he is knocking out Tex. And he has looked so much better than he did in Dallas, I tell you that. He is like a different player, Ryan.
Yeah, honestly, I've been so impressed by Mr. Dasari today. He's played extremely well in a tough game against Tex. As I said, the clash of the Titans, and it looks as if MS Dasari will come out on top in this loser bracket game. You know, they have Alex waiting in the wings in the loser bracket. Young, just coming off of a narrow loss, so it's very, very likely we'll be seeing MS Dasari against Young again in the loser bracket.
Goal over here, and it is, I think, the nail in the coffin, unfortunately, for Fuma, who looks like he is crashing out. Ilian Bushi continues his run. Remember, he scored a late goal to send himself into extra time. It's not going to be the time now, is it? Added time of 3 minutes to 2 goals. It's just not going to happen, unfortunately, for Tex. Unless he wants to prove me wrong. Drogba, I tell you what, he might be able to get one. Massive save, surely a tap into the back post, lofted back in, the angle's too awkward. And that will pretty much do it. The Saudis are on their feet in the corner of the room here. The players that travelled from the Middle East have turned into fans. Well, it looks like the King of the Jungle may be back in business. 7-4. MS Dasari will go through to play against Young in the next round of the lower bracket.
The support is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
He's in the crowd, you can't see, he's just running the crowd.
It's that crowd surfing.
It's like we're at a concert. Full-time result, what a game. Again, we waited 4 years to see them two go head-to-head again. Commiserations to Tex. Congratulations to Dasari. Full-time result there as well with Ilian Bushi, pretty much 7 goals to 3. He's run away with it. Fuma eliminated. 4 minutes left. Got a bit ahead of myself there. Not a full-time result yet. Ilya Bush, though, Ryan Pessoa, he has been on one hell of a run.
Yep, he really has been. He's someone I've admired online, his performances. He's great at using the mechanics in the game to his advantage, and could be getting number 8 here. Vinicius Jr. in behind. Doesn't look like he's going for number 8, but it's a huge, huge, huge win for him in this loser bracket. Winner of this game does play Lucas Official, who of course we just saw against Abu Makar in the winners bracket.
Last few in-game minutes to conclude here. Congratulations to Ilya Bush. He goes through, as we said, the headline news. Abu Makar qualified for the Esports World Cup. And also, Matthias Bonanno of Manchester City finding a way through. Well, it would be right to say this, Ryan, that Dasari would need to win 2 more games.
Yep.
To qualify for the Esports World Cup. Full-time result there, Ilya Bushi in the same scenario as well. He still needs to win 2 games to qualify for the Esports World Cup. And just to tease you of what is to come here in our next round of fixtures, Neat against RB Leipzig. But in the meantime, let's head down to Richard Buckley with a new man who's just qualified for the Esports World Cup.
Matthias Bonanno, you are at the Esports World Cup. You can have this, you can hold that, because that's where you're going. How does it feel? You've made it, top 6 in Dallas, and you've done it here in Sweden.
I feel really happy. Obviously, it's another World Cup, but the job not finished, the tournament not finished. I want to win the tournament.
How did you feel going into the game? Obviously, you've played against Young quite a bit this year. He's usually come out on top in those games. Was it time for revenge?
Yeah, I think Young beat me all the time, in sometimes in Pro Open, qualifiers, so was my opportunity and I take it.
And finally for you, Manchester City this year, how important was it for you to do it for Man City, to be at the Esports World Cup and to make them proud as well?
For Man City, it's so important this tournament, so I'm really happy for this and I'm proud of myself, of my team.
Here you go, here's the pen. Put your signature in there because you are signing yourself in to the Esports World Cup. Matthias Bonanno will be on the plane. 16 players are there, and he will be one of them, looking to go all the way. Congratulations, my friend. It wasn't only Mr. Bonanno who did it. Abu Makar, if you want to come on in, I'll take that off you. You just want to stand over there for now. Come on in. No interview, but we still need that signature. He's a fan favourite. And he'll be there in his home country of Saudi Arabia, looking to go all the way. Congratulations, get those up. Guys, back to you.
As you just saw there, Richard Buckley speaking to our newest recruits in the top 16 to the Esports World Cup. This is how they got there. Here are the highlights from the games, Ryan. This is the All-South American Classic between the two.
Yep, it went down to the wire. Matthias and Young going back and forth, goals between them, spread amongst them throughout the whole 90 minutes. This was the goal to bring Young back in the game. Haaland shot across goal to bring it 2-2, but there were still more goals, and this was a key moment. It looked like there was so much space, but calm and composed from Matthias, decisive in front of goal to take the lead, but Young wasn't finished there, Alex. He came back in this game. 85th minute, he thought maybe we could be heading to extra time, but Matthias had something else on his mind. Corner whipped in. Ronaldo, the rebound falls perfectly for it, and it just about goes over the line, and he finds himself in the top 4 in this winners bracket, and of course gets his spot at the Esports World Cup later this year.
Absolutely. Well, look, we've got a special guest with us now, MS Dasari.
I mean, how nice was that to play that game first and foremost against Tex? Because we haven't seen that for 4+ years.
I mean, I think it's nice for everyone. I can see, like, whenever I finished my game, like, there is some French players who came to Enzo and saying Tex versus Desari again. I can feel it's nice for everyone. It's as well nice for me to play Tex. Maybe not as still a game that doesn't have to qualify or to win a tournament yet. We usually play finals. But I think the whole FIFA esports need more matchup as is.
Absolutely. Quick question. What changed from Dallas to here? Because in Dallas, it wasn't a strong performance from yourself. Here, you seem like a very different player, Desari.
To be honest, I think now I still can be seeing as the best player in the world. The level that I'm showing here, I think belongs to win the tournament all the way, not just to take a spot. So I think there was a lot of doubting between everyone on the last couple of years. But when you think I'm done, I'm still here.
Yeah, you gave that interview recently. We spoke to you anyway about your performances coming into. We've not got to see you a lot this year, but just from what we've seen, it's been the level, as you said, has been extremely high. So, of course, you've got a tough game next against Young. It's a very important game. How do you feel for that?
I think I'm confident. You know, I think you have to be as well transparent with yourself. With the level I'm playing, I'm really doing well. I don't fear anyone or I don't fear any matchup, but you have to be as well transparent to yourself that sometimes it's not in your hands. And you know that, Ryan, more than that. So as long as you believe inside that you've done everything and you played really well, that's what my mentality heading to every game I played. Like, I think if I talked about the winners game, I think I deserved to win it. But for me, the mentality that I brought in when I'm playing here in Sweden is as long as I am satisfied with how I play, like, I don't care what happens. If I win, if I lose, if I don't make it to Real. But I think it's glad that I can show everyone how capable I am.
You showed a level of maturity in that game against Tex. Do you think having someone like Tex to play against at this stage of the tournament has just helped you kind of raise your level ever so slightly?
I think I always love a tough matchups and the big characters. Definitely Tex is a player like I played against really well, but I think for the entire tournament I've been playing really, really, really well. At the end of the day, we need to qualify.
A quick question, sorry, just to come in and say, Abimaka, let's talk about him. 2 questions there. One, he's part of Team Falcon, so you're going to be over the moon that he's qualified, not just for the FC Pro Championships, but the World Cup as well. Does it help having him there? Because, you know, you've been the king of the jungle, Desari, but he's sort of coming through and he's challenging you potentially.
Well, it was 3-1 for me in the game, and I asked the Saudi players what Abu was doing. It's definitely an important. I don't see it this way. Like, for me and Mecca are players. I'm not his boss or anything. We are still players. At the end of the day, he wants the best for himself, and I want the best for myself. But at the end of the day, I know if I'm playing at any game, he would be there for me, and it's the next side for us.
And my last question, in this camera here, Desari, lots of big Saudi fans that were tuning into that game. Any words for them?
I'll say it in English or Arabic?
Arabic.
شكرا لدعمكم. إن شاء الله إني فرحتكم. وإن شاء الله أدري إني كثير مبسوط إني أشوف مستوى مساعد رجع. لسه ما صار شيء قدامي جيمين. أنا أتأهل إن شاء الله الحلم اللي يكون موجود معاكم إن شاء الله بالرياض. دعواتكم لي وإن شاء الله إني أفرحكم يا رب.
Congratulations, Mr. Desari. 2 wins away from the Esports World Cup. We'll catch up with you soon, my friend.
Thank you.
There you go, hearing it from MS Desari there. He is looking very much back at his best there, Ryan.
Yeah, he was looking dangerous. It felt like the Desari of old. Of course, these are the results across the rounds. That was a loser round 3. MS Desari defeating Tex 7-4. Another loser game. 7 goals this time in favor of Ilian against Fuma, the French matchup. The qualifying games we've already seen. Abimaka winning 7-4 against Lucas Official. And Matthias Bonanno 4-3 victor in the South American derby against Young.
4 games done and dusted. 4 more on the way here from the Esports World Cup qualifier. Alex, what games jumping off the screen here? Anders Vergang will be in action in this round against Neat.
I don't know where I want to go, to be honest with you, Brandon. There's so many talented players and unbelievable fixtures that we've got coming up. Obviously, Anders Vergang, a player which everyone will want to see, up against Neat, who, on his day, arguably one of the best attackers as well. The way he can move the ball around and look for those skill moves is something kind of to admire. Levy up against Jaeger as well, and Goal Poacher, which I'm very much looking forward to seeing how he gets on, Brendan.
Absolutely, and Richard Buckley joins us back on the desk as well. Rich, you caught with 2 winners there. Badano saying that, you know, I am in the World Cup, but I want to go and win this tournament as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a very brief conversation we had with Maka as well. Obviously, his English isn't great. He didn't feel comfortable doing the interview. It's absolutely fine, but I think just for a certain level of player, getting to the Esports World Cup and making it is everything. For those two down there, it's winning this tournament. Like, it's job done, but it's job half done. I've still got a lot more to prove, and if I can go in $25,000 richer and winning one of the 2 qualifiers coming into it, it will be over the moon. I don't know if you caught it as well. I don't know if the camera picked it up. Banano was just having a little word with Yago on the stage before we went to the interview. Leaning down, getting in his ear, maybe a bit of motivation, maybe a bit of good words to him there as well. I mean, you've had Banano giving the pre-match talk and Nicholas as the gaffer in game. I mean, it don't really get much better, does it?
It's a bit different, isn't it? Obviously, Nicholas did play this tournament, unfortunately didn't qualify, but he said, look, I'm going to get my fellow countrymen through, hopefully, into the Esports World Cup. It's Yago v Levi David. Winner of this game goes to the Esports World Cup, and potentially, Rich, there's a scenario where Team Hull out of 3 players already locked into the top 16.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible achievement, you've got to say.
Well, games are already kicking off.
Can't also forget, goal poacher, to my knowledge, the only UK player left in at this point.
He's flying the flag for us. He needs to perform, believe in himself. He's got a tough game against Mark Zhu, but goal poacher over the years has been incredible. And it's his moment now to shine.
Goal poacher, as we know, he Premier League champion a few years ago. He could be on his way to the Esports World Cup. Has to be perfect, though, in this game here. As we said, he beat Anders Vergang, as you, Richard, said, on a penalty shootout in the game before this one.
Yeah, he did. It was a 5-5 game, if memory serves me correctly, and penalties was needed on the main stage to set up a shot at the Esports World Cup, Alex.
That it does. Just as we start off the game, both players just looking to find their way into it. Nothing too aggressive. We go into the other game though, Brandon. Lots of goals coming through.
Breakthrough already over there. And that is Levi David, leading by a goal to 0. The only game that hasn't kicked off yet is that Anders Vergang match against Nick. We've also had a kick-off in our all-Italian game between headers. East Serie A champion this year, and Carib is back. Of FC Bordeaux. Could be an early chance here. For that cutback goes all the way across. This is goal poacher still. Can Mbappe get there? No, he can't. Just about cleared out.
When you look at qualifying games, Alex, you've got to say, you take the bracket. When you look at the rest of the tournament, I mean, Yago versus Levy, unbelievable match. Young versus Banano. I mean, these two players incredible in their own right, but if you said to them you're going to be playing against the other one to qualify, you'd absolutely shake the hand and say, yeah, I can do that.
They'd snap your hand off, definitely. Start the weekend, if they got told you're going to be here and this is the player that you're going to be up against, they would absolutely love to hear that.
Yes, please.
There could be a first chance in this game for Mark. It is. 14 minutes in, it's a perfect start.
You're just going to see that finish there as well. The powerful strike, edge of the box, Ruud Gullit blasting it into the back of the net. And there has been another goal in that losers bracket game between Neat and Anders Vergang. The first goal of the game has fallen the Ducks' man way.
Yeah, acrobatic there from Erling Haaland just to be able to get something on it. and put it in at the back post. We've seen it time and time again throughout plenty of tournaments on FT24.
Gravison made it onto the main stage.
He's there.
He is.
He's there as a coach. He'll be happy with that stop because he actually played Anders Vergang in Dallas.
Yep.
And I won't ask you what the score was in that one. We've had another goal in game C. If we can go live. Levy is up by 2 goals to nil. Yago.
Just the sheer level of ability and top-line performance that Team Hoyt are putting out right now is absolutely incredible, you've got to say.
Goal poacher, equaliser there, you just missed it.
It's brilliant from goal poacher as well. It's something that maybe a lot of players haven't used enough of this weekend. Looking for that central L1 square. It's trying to say, look, I don't really fancy myself going to the byline in this position. Let's go for that knockdown, and we'll see it time and time again, Brandon.
Anders Vergang has equalised already in his game against Neat. Didn't take him too long.
In the first game of the bracket, we were actually 3-0 down.
Yep.
Anders earlier on today, he came back to win 4-3. I don't think he's played well today.
He hasn't, but he'd admit that as well. But when it's Anders, the moment he locks in and kicks into gear,
it's really hard to get keep tabs with him.
It's a tough player to stop.
Well, people are crying out for this one. We can't tell you, we've had a breakthrough. And it's the East Serie A champion Ezzers that leads by a goal to nil against Karim is back. There are goals in all the games. This one more important because it is a match to survive in the competition. Let's jump back to game B. Neat against Anders Vergang, 1-1 this one. Also, believe it or not, is in the lower bracket as well. In case you missed it, Anders Vergang losing on penalties. It's a goal poacher who is currently still 1-1 in his game against Mark Zoo.
Oh, that's not lucky.
Very nearly. Was just about in front.
I think Anders was getting ready to celebrate there.
He might be ready to celebrate now, Alex. Haaland into Mbappe, surely has to score this one. He does.
That's a big mistake. That's a big mistake. Anders turning around to the crowd. He wants more.
I think he's turning around to us.
It might be to Brandon, actually.
Okay.
He's taking in all the atmosphere here. 2-1 he leads.
There's a lot of the game left to play.
He's box office. I love him. I think we need things like this. We need players that are more...
We've just seen Tex Desari on the main stage.
Yep.
We've seen Bernardo Young, the South American Classic, and now we're seeing arguably 2 of the top 5 mechanically gifted players we've seen maybe ever going head-to-head. A Neat and Vergang.
And even still, you've got Nicholas here as well. He's on the stage. He won't be playing, but he's coaching Yago.
The amount of championships on that stage, from coaches to players, has to be in the 20s.
He's doing well there to defend there and regain some confidence. All over the top. Is he onside, Haaland? He is. Big chance for Neat. It's quite an awful angle there. Tries his best to cut it back. We'll get there the second time. 15 minutes in. We've had 4 goals.
What a game. And all the games right now are exploding into life. There is goals everywhere you look. This is the road to the Esports World Cup in Jönköping in Sweden. That was the rebound. A little bit fortunate.
A little bit.
Anders is going to feel hard done by because he kind of boxed Haaland into a position where he couldn't get that shot off, and he's thinking, okay, job done, let's just make sure we cover off those angles. The ricochet from the pass, Haaland's facing 180 degrees away, still manages to find the players inside the 18-yard box, but on the other hand, Neat won't mind one little bit.
We'll give you an update on all the scores of the 4 games that are live. Remember, 2-2 qualification matches for the Esports World Cup, 2-2 to remain in the competition. We said there was a second goal in this game. Alex, you pointed to the screen. It's come between the two Italians.
Yeah, it's a perfect over-the-top through ball. Havertz just not being able to get anything on it. Haaland there, putting that pressure on, taking it off Havertz and firing it in at the near post.
Hold on. To Neat. 3-2, he leads. Defending out the window, Ryan.
Yep, end-to-end stuff between Neat and Vergang. These are the scores across all the games. Hezer's 2-0 up against Karim is back. Levy's still 2-0 up against Yago. Goal poacher still 1-1 against Markton. Of course, we just saw Neat take the lead against Anders.
Well, back to this one now. This is live. Not replay between the two Anders. Looking for a 3-3 equaliser. Plays to Lieber there in the...
Been a few sort of unfortunate bounces either side at this moment.
It's not looking good, is it? Or is it? Sorry, it's just turned possession around. It is a goal for Karim is back.
Recycling the play across. Rivaldo slams it home at the near post as we join live action here. Elimination FC.
Levy de Veer still 2-0 up in his qualification game against Yago. Goal poacher 1-1 against Mark Zoo. Well, providing you all the action here. DreamHack. You surprised there, Alex? You thought he would have just kept running?
I think Anders was surprised. The fact that, first of all...
Tell you what, could have a counter-attack here. Neymar sort of stuck there. Hasn't really got the pace to pull away. Tell you what, though, he's reworked that perfectly. Bellingham on the overlap from fullback. Cruz. Vitinha, one more into Haaland. It's a bit of breathing space.
And that's got to sting for Anders, knowing that chance he just had. R9 breaking away with a quick step over, essentially in on goal, and then saying, I want to look for that pass, but Neat gets that block. He has that time and patience coming forward. He didn't rush the opportunity, recycled where he needed to, heading back out onto the edge of the box, 25 yards. Then those first-time passes, Haaland always there on that left foot. I would like to say a little bit of breathing room. However, we're 28 minutes in and we have 6 goals already, and it is Anders version.
Yeah, against Anders, you're not safe. I'll be honest, you're never safe. You have to make sure that you still perform at your highest level.
Just kicked off in the second half for anyone interested between goal poacher and Mark Zoo. And as I say that, there has been a goal in that game.
Well, it's live here, Richard, as well. It's been an electric start to the second half for the Lunar Galaxy player. Marks are doing enough to just to squeeze that one in past goal poacher. 2-1 up in that game. Back to game B. You said don't count Anders out. We left the game for seconds, not minutes, seconds.
Yeah.
That's 4-3.
Step overs, trademark Anders. We know what happens when he's in the box and around the area. Step overs. Oh, very, very key to his build-up. Did get fortunate, didn't green time. I think it was missed time there in front of goal, but it still found a way back in.
Well, let's head on over to Levy de Veer, who's in action. We've not seen too much of him in this first half because he has been on top of Yago. 3-0 up now as we go into the break. He is joining his teammates, Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bashori on the plane.
Crazy. 3 Team Mullet players could be on their way there already. Chance for goal poacher. That one's saved. Let's go back to game B. Believe it or not, we're not even past the 35th minute yet. We've had 7 goals between the two. We might be on for an equaliser. Look at the space on this far-hand side where the aggressive tackles come out from Kai Havertz.
He's so aggressive in those one-on-one defending scenarios.
So aggressive. Steps pretty much every single time.
I do think, just watch this chance here coming in from Anders. Haaland with it across the keeper. The ball falls the Norwegians' way. Did you also think it has to do with how close he sits to the monitor? But surely you can't scan that. Genuinely.
It's just instinct. It's knowing every time he steps up in that one-on-one, yeah, he's going to lose some, but he's going to become the winner out of the majority of them. It's not giving your opponent any chance to breathe. They're not allowed to calculate any decision.
The two-goal cushion could do exactly that now for Vitinha.
Ooh.
On a header, goes wide, goal kick, Anders. Big goal over here, goal poacher has equalised, 55 minutes on the clock. The only UK player left in the tournament and also looking to potentially be the only UK representative at the Esports World Cup. He's back all square at 2-2 there. 33 minutes left on the clock in that one.
Yeah, that's actually the game that's the furthest along in time as well. We're not even at half-time between Anders and Neat.
Anders again with another wave of pressure, breaks the lines and makes it 4-4.
It's a joke. He has Haaland on the edge of the box and he knows he doesn't want him in that position. So he said, look, I'm going to completely divert away from him, go all the way back to Hullet, and then look for that first-time pass into the box for R9 just to receive that. It's just brilliant, brilliant play.
I just love watching his face cam every time he scores or concedes. My eyes that instantly just go in the direction of Anders.
Just a quick update from this one between the two Italians. It was 2-0 to Hezes. The goal did come back, as you saw in the replay. Nearly the 60th minute here. Nothing more to really give you as it currently stands, other than that Hezes is still in front. We'll see this attack come in from Karim. And then we will jump back to the Anders Vergan game. Let's see if anything can happen from this. Mbappe, Rivaldo.
I was just about to say, let's head on over to Levy versus Yago. 3-0 up still is Levy David. You've got to think there'll be a press at some points from Yago. However, when I've been watching this game just off screen, look, Levy's dealt with him very, very comfortably at this juncture. Here is Yago coming forward, trying to create inside the box, but again steps in with Militao and takes the ball off his toe.
It's brilliant defending as well, switching into Bellingham to cover off that pass into Mbappe, using that second man press, and Militao just applies the pressure to the ball holder, cutting off both angles and saying, look, if you want to try and get past me here, you're going to have to do something magical. Yago not able to answer from that.
See this attack come in from Levy. We have just gone into half-time between Neat and Anders. It's 4-4. What a first half that is. 8 goals evenly split between the two of them in just 45 minutes, 9 minutes of FC. Chance for Levy for 4. Book that plane ticket now. He's 30 minutes away.
Big moment in game D.
What's happened? There's a penalty to goal poacher. Can he make the most of this one? He can. 22 minutes away. He is as well from Riyadh. We'll try and get a replay of exactly what caused the penalty.
Yeah, we can see it here coming through. He's building up on the edge of the box. Toni Kroos fires it into De Bruyne. Oh, I'm not sure.
Is that in the box?
I'm not sure what goal poacher was, and he put it in the bottom corner.
Well, the only game that's currently not in a pause or live is this one. And there's been a goal back in that. We missed this goal too. Karim making it 2-2, not for that long. Hezes around the goal. No, he can't, Van der Sar. Sweeper keeper. And stops the danger. Chance to break. Karim, what a turnaround it would be. We've got to remember, gents, we were following his journey on Friday night, late into the evening here. How long of a road that was, Alex, for him? He played, what, 8 lower bracket games?
8 lower bracket games, that each one of them...
Be a chance here.
Speaking of him, just offside.
Each one of them was just a cup final for him, but he dug deep. He got on with the job at hand and finds himself here on Sunday.
Just doesn't like the winner's bracket. Loses the first round each time, flies through the loser's bracket, but...
Pele. Inside the box, twisting and turning, but only as far as Ousmane Dembele. Feels as though We should head on over to Anders Vergang, and he's gone 5-4 up against Neat. This game has twisted and turned from minute one.
Minutes in, and it's 5-4.
Let's head on over. For me, my attention is to game D. I think, what are we, 15 minutes away from that being wrapped up and the final scoreline coming in to see who is going to be another plane ticket away to the Esports World Cup. We said Levy was cruising, Jago has got one back, and you never know what could happen. 4-1 now the score. It's 63 minutes on the clock. Neat trying to work something inside the box. Far from it.
Well, what's worth pointing out as well, even whoever wins this game, they've still got to win 2 more games to qualify for the Esports World Cup if you're on the lower bracket side. It's a free kick, doesn't he? Goal poacher still leading 3-2. That one is in a pause as it stands. Levy, as you just saw, is still 4-1 up. He may have conceded, but still in the lead. 25 minutes left. And Karim against Hezers is 2-2. Last 10 in-game minutes there. Here's a chance for Neat. Lofts it in. Keeper should get there. He will.
The keeper movement there that we saw from Anders was brave, but genius.
Very aggressive.
Very aggressive. There's a chance there for Neat on another day possibly to try and sneak that one in at the near post. But Anders knows the game plan. He knows exactly what Neat's going to look for in that sort of position when you get to the byline. Those L1 square crosses are so strong for many players. One of the best ways to combat is keeper movement.
Pleat inside the box, forces the save from Edwin van der Sar. Corner played short. And you've got a chance for Anders to go 6-4 up, but it's not a great corner. And it's a wasted opportunity with how many goals we've seen from the corner kicks in this tournament and season that we've followed from November to August.
Let's go to game D then, because as it stands, this might be the first one to conclude.
Oh, you know what?
Chance for Neat.
We're going nowhere yet. That is superb from Neat.
5-all. We'll stay with this one for an extra second or two.
I can see a celebration. I can see a man off his feet. And that is because goal poacher has put a fourth in game D.
And this is that goal, Richard, you are teasing us for. Goal poacher. Winning the bat there, and then making the most of Erling Haaland. He is 10 in-game minutes away.
It's extremely smart there from goal poacher, knowing that so many players are going to look for that extra pass off the cross. He's done what Haaland can do so well, and that's roll the defender, just shifting it over to that left-hand side, taking it onto the weak foot, knowing when you give that man the space, he will find the back of the net so many times, and a vital goal to put the Englishman very, very close to the Esports World Cup.
Massive achievement, as we said. Only 16 players can be at that Esports World Cup. 1J Esports might just be that. 2-2 here. Remember, this is an elimination game, not a qualification game. Last 3.5 in-game minutes. This one should be the first game to finish. Is there going to be a late winner? Well, guess what's happened here again? Another goal's gone in. Anders Vergang leading 6-5 now.
And I know why this game has taken so long as well. We had 11 celebrations that we can't skip. And we're still going.
But there's a distance! Hezer's coming so close!
Oh my goodness.
Elimination FC.
You might be made to pay for that mistake. Is it going to be Bordeaux's FC Pro player that might get the last chance instead? Karim
is in.
Running through, does well to ball on past one or two defenders. Still, it's the gift, CR7. He's trying to take it round the goalie. He's going to get it again. How's he been given back the ball? Oh,
What's
no, the bounces.
going on?
The bounces. Oh, the bounces were horrible.
Call it a day.
Karim will send Jesus out the competition here in DreamHack. He was doing everything he can.
Have a look at this face cam as goal poacher is seconds away from the Esports World Cup. An absolutely incredible achievement.
He will be amongst the best 16 in the world, the only UK representative that will be there as it stands. 1J Esports, goal poacher, congratulations, you are off to Riyadh this summer to battle out in the Esports World Cup. Over here, Levy will also be very close to doing the same, unless Alex, we can see a bit more of that from Yago.
That footwork from Yago with Bellingham, just to step over and then the little drag as well to slot it home. You just have to ask, where was this 30, 40 minutes ago in the game?
Yeah, I was about to say maybe too little too late against somebody as experienced as Levy, who of course will opt to try and keep possession for the last, 6 minutes or so in game to give up 2 goals.
If Yago scores one more,
It's more than that 88.
There's a chance.
only if there's a big chance, but he would let every single person know about it.
Yeah.
Karim is back, continues his journey in Jönköping in Sweden at DreamHack Summer. Anders leading 7-5 against Neat. But our attention simply has to be on this one because there's another ticket to the Esports World Cup on the line.
Just needs to defend these 1 or 2 moments, does Levy. Well, this was the replay of that goal. It's a bit of a cushion now, this building for Anders Vergan. 7-5 he leads. And back to this one now, 2 or 3 in game minutes left. And it will be 3 Team Hullet players at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Leverage needs to take as much more time as he needs out of this one.
You're starting to see it slip away.
Oh. Yago. Mateo Hernandez, well played, Van der Sar. That should do it. Any time of 2 minutes to come and Yago will not be eliminated, remember. If you lose in this upper bracket, you will fall down to the lower, you will get a second life. And a second crack at qualifying for the Esports World Cup. But we have to speak about it again and again. Team Hullet just dominating.
Another thing as well, I mean, when you look at the names that are already there, this year there was a lot of esports organisations that sort of stepped away as Levy David and Team Hullet continue their journey and will be there at the Esports World Cup. Just look at the teams that are there. Team Hullet, Footwiz, 1J. It was Netshoes when Nathan SR qualified. They are flying right now. As Anders Vergang is also flying.
And as it stands, he'll be looking out neat from the competition. (8-5) he leads. As it looks in this bracket as well, then we'll start to build up to you. What is next to come? Because it will be all eyes on those lower bracket matchups, including MS Dasari Young. Karim is back. Marku in there as well. Lucas against Ilian Bushi. Anders Vergang taking on Yago.
Tell you what, Young versus Dasari is going to be
It's a monstrous game.
Unbelievable game. Only 2 spots alongside what we've already started to see here. Abu Makr, Bonanno, Levy and Goal Poacher. Your winners bracket spots are there. We've got 2 spots left on the plane. It's 2 middle seats from the losers bracket that will be there going to Riyadh.
They won't be picky, they're on the plane. Three goals needed in 18 game minutes for Nick. You'll need a miracle, but they certainly can happen. 2 goals in 8 minutes.
It's doable, but it's not probable. I think when you look at it, 2 goals against Anders, you're going to have to hit him probably before 85, 86, and then hope you get a nice +4 maybe even of injury time. It will take some doing.
Certainly will. And if anything, Anders might add another one back onto his tally. Last couple of in-game minutes left. Neat. Unable to make anything of that one, Richard.
Time just slipping away, isn't it, from him?
Anders away as well. Doesn't need another goal. We'll take all the time in the world again. This is not a qualification game. It's to remain in the competition. There will still be 2 more wins needed for Anders if he is to get that ticket. Another big win there. Even with an additional time that comes in, it just won't be enough. Schmeichel taking more seconds out of the game as he can. 3 minutes of added time. You have to remember there was 8 goals in this at the half-time interval, 4-4. And there will be commiserations to Neat. He won't be on his way to the Esports World Cup from this tournament.
Yeah. Look, this is one of the games of the tournament. 2 unbelievable powerhouses, 2 names on paper that you would expect to be in the latter stages. Only one can go through, and that is the beauty and also the tragedy, to be honest, of the losers bracket. It'll be RB Leipzig's Anders Vergang marching on with his aim set on the Esports World Cup. He's still got games to win, he's still got matches to play, but for right now, he eliminates a tough player in Neat.
And he's trying to get these fans on his feet as well. He's on his way there. 2 more wins, and he will be at the Esports World Cup. However, Richard, 2 players that have qualified for the Esports World Cup is Levy and Goal Poacher. We'll be speaking to them in just a few minutes' time. But this was their games, Richard, that did enough to cement their spot in Riyadh.
Yeah, Levy got that second goal, slightly fortunate to win the rebound. Alexi Pateas, not known for her aerial strength, but doing the job, and he ran away to an early 3-0 lead just before half-time. Playing into the area, great finish across the goalkeeper there. A 4th came just before the hour mark, once again, sliding the ball through to Mbappe, great composure inside the box, and Pateas slamming it home. There was a late fight back from Yago, corner kick into the box. Haaland, of course, as you would expect, to win the header. And just with a few moments left, Yago did get that second goal. Great work there. It's a really nice goal, actually, but it wasn't meant to be. Levy David goes through, and Team Hully have another player at the Esports World Cup. And we are also pleased to be joined alongside Goal Poacher as well, who did get his seat on the plane. Levy, I'll come to you first. We just saw your highlights. You're there, my friend. How does it feel to be on the plane?
Yeah, that's the easy question. Amazing, of course. Joining Manu and Emre there, making it 3 players for Team Gullit at the Esports World Cup is insane. And I don't know, that last game, I was feeling so confident. I have been nervous, like in the first game I played today against Tala and against Oli. This game I didn't have any nerves, basically. I just, like, from the first minute I felt like I was going to win this game. I just felt the flow. Everything went my way, I think. And then Jago scored the corner, then it's obviously a bit different. But obviously I'm feeling buzzing.
I've got to ask you, did you feel more added pressure knowing that them two are already there? They'd already done it in Dallas. Did you feel as though, like, look, people are going to compare. People are going to have the conversation. Did you feel it at all?
I was here yesterday in the same position. You asked me the same question.
I did.
To be honest, today or yesterday when I was laying in bed and just chilling on my phone, I saw like the screenshot of who were there. Then obviously my eyes just fall on TG Emre Yilmaz and TG Manu Bachor. And yeah, that motivated me as well to like get under that and be the third one. I won't say it's like much pressure, or maybe I don't really think about it. I think it's just a bigger motivation, and I think that's the case, which is really important, because if I'm going to turn that into more pressure, I think my performance will be worse.
Goal Poacher, how are you feeling, my friend? I mean, look, since the Premier League, the rise there, you've always been in the conversation. You've always been knocking on the door, and you've always turned up again and again and again. You've got a little bit closer every time. This is your tournament. You've broke through. You're in the top 16. How are you feeling?
Amazing. Unbelievable feeling. I feel like, sorry, my voice is a bit gone. I've been so close many times in tournaments where I've lost a game where I think I deserve to win. So today I just didn't go in with any nerves, felt confident. Versus Anders, I felt confident in that game. In my opinion, I knew I was always going to win.
And how does it feel as well? Because let's not, beat around the bush. You paid money out your own pocket to go to Dallas. You didn't qualify there. You've done it again. You've come here, of course, with 1J this time. The sacrifice you're making to play in this. 512 players came. You were in the best 6 from that. Like, it makes it all worthwhile now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I thought in Dallas I probably could have made the top 16, and then you don't know. But I'm always going to back myself, and it feels amazing.
I've got to ask you, before we get on to signing some things, a lot of orgs fell out of the scene this year. We speak a lot and very glowingly about Team Gullit, but 1J, what have they done for you this year? And they're with you every step of the way, and now repaying the favour back to them, a 1J player at the Esports World Cup.
1J are an amazing org. They help not just with playing, but with content, which I think is a big thing now, and I think all pro players should get into content. So they help a lot with that. Obviously playing as well. I've got great teammates, and yeah, 1J is just a great org to be at.
Right, should we get some signatures down? Should we get it confirmed?
Can you give us a fancy signature as well? A lot of people try
I have a signature.
I don't have a signature. Cheers.
It's up to you if you think it's fancy.
I have got one pen here.
I've got a pen.
I've got a pen.
I hope there's some ink in that
we'll
one.
use that one.
Yeah,
I'm using the pencil.
No, that one's not got any ink. Forget that one, not got any ink. Rich, can we borrow your pen, please, mate?
Goal Poacher's just signing his name in. We're just writing his name.
Oh, yeah.
Where's the fancy signature there?
What you want fancy? There you go.
There you go.
Get that held up to the camera.
So you can see
You're there.
There you go, you're in.
Levy's done this a few times. He's signed some signatures in his time. Look at that. They're going to be there. The Esports World Cup has 2 more players. We've got 2 left to find, fellas.
Congratulations, lads.
Huge win, and enjoy the rest of the day. You've got a few more games to play.
It's not done yet.
It's not done yet, but you've done the main job. Congratulations.
Cheers, guys. Cheers, guys.
You can take that with you.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. Let's have a look at some of these results.
Goal Poacher have qualified themselves, as we said, into that top 16. They'll be in Riyadh. But you're right to say, Rich, tournament is not done. There's $100,000 in this tournament. 25k goes to the winner. And those are the results you may have just seen there. The big headline news, Karim scoring a really late goal, winning 3-2. He knocks out Hezers. RB Leipzig, Anders Vergang knocks out Neat. And then those 2 qualification games there means that Jago and Mark Zhu, they will still be in the tournament, just on the lower bracket side, Rich.
Yes, they certainly will. We can take a deeper dive into the bracket there. You can see the matches that we do have coming up. Anders Anders going into that game now against Jago. That's going to be fireworks, truly. Lucas Official taking on Ilian Bushi. Karim is back, will take on Mark Zhu. And Young versus MS Desari. I can see MS Desari getting ready on the stage at the moment, so I would probably say optimistically, anywhere from 4 to 7 minutes away from kickoff. So if you wanted to go and grab yourself a drink, maybe get a bite to eat, now's the time to do it as we wait for a couple more losers bracket games to get underway. Let's have a look who's made it. Let's have a look who's on the plane and will be on the road to the Esports World Cup. Who's made it from Jönköping in Sweden? Alex B, Abu Maka, Matthias Bonanno, Levi David, and Goal Poacher.
We said Alex B there.
Not yet.
Not yet. I'll be a pension.
Talk me through those 4. I mean, I think coming into it, you had 6 spots up for grabs. Out of those 4 who's made it there, I'd have give you 2. I think 2, I'd have said, yeah, I fancy them. Levy and Bonanno. I think Abu Maka, there's just so many players.
I think at one point,
top 16,
at one
definitely.
point we looked at that 32 and you would have went, let's be honest, there's a lot of big names that weren't in that 32, but then we've sort of filtered it through, and you're right, the names we're getting through now, Rich, are some of the heavyweights.
But I think when you have 512 players, regardless, coming through, to narrow it down to 6 and even be somewhat close to that is almost impossible. The difference between a ranked 1 player and 10 and 20, it's fine margins. So to look at them, I disagree in a sense that I think all 4 players are more than capable, as they have done and shown that here. You know, when you're talking about, yes, Matthias Bonanno and Levy, those were kind of your 2 bangers that you're adamant with. Abu Maka has shown his quality last season, and Goal Poacher as well.
Well, I think Bonanno, we saw it in Dallas, he finished top 6. Top 6 in Dallas would have got you top 6 in Sweden. Like, that's a qualification spot. Ryan joining us back on the commentary position as well. 2 spots are left from what we've got behind us right now. Would you have rather been in the losers bracket and progressed through, or been 1 game away, been in a qualifying match and having to drop down and go again?
It's difficult, obviously, being in the winners bracket because you're 1 win away. You lose, and then you have to win 2 in a row. So it's not just 1 more game. So I think being that close is gut-wrenching, and losing because you know that it was right there, especially in these games that are often really, really close. So I'd say the loser bracket potentially, but again, it depends, because if you're like Karim, for example, playing straight from the first round of the losers bracket all this way, maybe a sense of fatigue, or you're just running on adrenaline.
Well, let's have a look at what we've got coming up. We showed it very shortly, but these are the official matches that we will be watching. Young versus MS Desari. Lucas Official, who beat Desari earlier on in the day, they're now at the same round, at the same point. Losers bracket round 4. He's taking on Ilya Bushi, who just knocked out his French compatriot in Thuma. Yago taking on Anders Vergan. Could be one of the loudest games we've ever seen. Make it a triple threat, throw Danny Hackerberg in there, and it will be.
He's around it somewhere, isn't he?
He is. And the final game that we will be keeping an eye on, Lunar Galaxy's Maxu versus Apogee's Karim, is back. And these are the players who's getting on the stage right now. I think the codes are just being sent, and we're just loading into these matchups.
And we mentioned there, Ryan, about the Iago and Anders and the noise that they can bring. If you're a player that maybe isn't like that, you don't get out your seat too much when you celebrate, can it be a little bit intimidating? Obviously, both of those players are very much on the opposite. They're happy to get up, they're happy to let you know that they're there, and they want to win that match. Can it be intimidating for certain players?
Maybe. I guess it depends on the person you are. Intimidating, I'd say that's like a strong word. Some players, it pushes them on to sort of make them just basically just be quiet, to be fair. Like, it's just something that a lot of players aren't afraid to show their emotions. Yago isn't as well, we've seen across the years. He's happy to celebrate in important games and important goals, and Anders the same. There's also MS Desari versus Young. We've got obviously crowds full of support for both these players, so it will get extremely loud when that game kicks off.
And what this is all part of is the wider Esports World Cup. So we're running from July the 5th up until late August. Over $60 million worth of prize money, over 21 games. July 3rd, I beg your pardon, until August 25th, taking place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's all part of the Esports World Cup. 8 weeks of non-stop esports action. The very best from planet Earth will come to blows, battling it out for life-changing, and I truly mean that, life-changing prize money. Over $60 million will be given out. The club championships, don't forget about that. That's $20 million, with the best team taking home $7 million. The game championships, $30 million. And the player bounties will take home just over $1 million, 1.1 to be exact.
What have we got to do to get $1 million?
You get good at FC24.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, good start there.
Imagine you were multi-game faceted. You're rocking up to 4 different games.
Was it 11 wins for you, Brandon?
Yeah, maybe a few less.
Well, I do think we are about ready to get a game kicked off, and it will be MS Dasari against Young, the first game to get underway. There is a very boisterous crowd filing into the Jönköping DreamHack Summer Arena. They want to see their friends, teammates, national heroes, you could say, go all the way. You've played against Dasari, you must have, Ryan Pessoa. What does he do differently?
Pressing. Back in the days, of course, it's come on and changed a lot over the years, but see, manual pressing was big in years gone by, and I think MS Dasari, for me, was the best at it. He sort of forces you into a lot of mistakes. We saw that against Tex as well. Defensively, Tex giving away possession in some areas that usually he wouldn't.
Well, here we go. We are underway. It will be MS Dasari in that black strip from right to left, the Falcons badge. And from left to right will be Young, as he forces a good save there from Petr Cech. Floated into the box. Cech beats it into the air, but can't quite clear the ball.
Could be an early chance for Young. That is Young play on the left-hand side of the screen. It isn't Hezers. He has just been unfortunately eliminated out of the competition. MS Dasari off the back of that win against Tex. Certainly has got a bit of a crowd alongside him here as well. They've been making lots of noise for him. So this is how it works then. There are 4 matches playing now. Those 8 players will then become 4, and then in the next round, that is where 2 more spots will be given out to the Esports World Cup, and that will be the 6th done and dusted, concluded here from DreamHack Sweden. Then we continue to play on into our grand final, because there is still a prize pot to play for, and $25,000 for a top place finish here in Sweden. Dasari, there's the flick on, there's Haaland, and Cech just snatches it off the feet.
We've not seen a massive amount of Dasari on the big screen over the last few days. One thing that I have been admiring, though, is his ability to just change up the attack. If he wants to be patient and recycle, he can do, but then he can just say, right, flick of that switch, I'll look for that little first time over the top, I'll go for the back post crosses, I have the skill moves in my locker as well. Just having that variety just means for every opponent that you play, they're kind of going, okay, well, what's he going to do now? How am I going to defend this? What do I need to track? What runners do I need to be with every single time? Not only is it just trying to not concede, the mental fatigue that you kind of build up from just trying to make sure you cover every angle really just play on the players.
Well, we have had a breakthrough in our other matchup between Ilya Bushi and Lucas. And this is the goal that is sent. The lost little man in front. It's Drogba at the back post, Alex. You're shaking your head and laughing.
It's just beautiful. To have that ability to do that, you have to trigger that run for Drogba. If you don't, you are not going to see Drogba making that back post run. And then it's about saying, okay, can I time this cross to perfection just as you're about to beat that offside trap? And obviously Drogba has that ability to just fire it into the back of the net every single time. It's beautiful, beautiful FC24.
They always do say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Great work inside the box there from MS Dasari to try and create something.
Well, let's go to our other game as well that is also kicked off. Game C. Let's join it live. Anders against Jago, and it could be Anders now with his first proper chance. 7 minutes in, Jago defends it well. Remember, he's got Nicholas in his corner coaching him.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Banano, who literally just qualified, will have gone from player to cheerleader very quickly, as he will be celebrating every Yago good play. And that final game that we just was alluding to, Mark Zhu versus Karimi's back, will be kicking off very, very shortly.
Okay, she missed his last game. Anders knocked out Knee. It was 4-4 half time, and then he just was able to pull away in the second half. And all 4 games now are officially underway.
Great triggering of the runs there from Yag. He's on the far side. He's played that ball in behind. Back post. He's gone for the shot at the near post. Saw the goalkeeper movement of Anders. Maybe do you think opponents, Richard, are going to be cautious and mindful of the way Anders moves his goalkeeper very aggressively for those crosses?
They certainly could be when you look at the goalkeeper movement. And it is an element that you certainly look at and you start to know what your opponent's going to do and their tendencies, likenesses. But I think for me, the question that you've got to ask yourself when you're coming into this losers bracket is, you maybe just start to be a little bit more tense with the goalkeeper movement and the small intricate margins, as Anders Vergang goes 1-0 up there off the post.
Great build-up play. Deserved the goal initially. Of course, the fortunate aspect of that goal is that the ball does come straight off the post back to Anders for an easy finish, but the build-up in general was great there.
Well, Anders leads by a goal, so let's go back to game A. Dasari's matchup. "30 minutes in there, 0-0. A lot of people are asking for it. Remember, this is not a qualification game. You need to win this game and then one more to qualify and take those final 2 spots. Chance to break away here for Young. Mbappe, big chance for him. First blood to the Brazilian. Replay here, there is a goal and it's gone the way of Karim, the Italian of Bordeaux, who has somehow put that ball through 3 white shirts, put on a plate to his striker and has found a way through. There's also been another goal in game C, the Anders Yago game. We'll give you the replay of that. Anders found a second goal in that game. He leads by 2-0.
And in game B, there's been a goal as well. Ilian Bouchy is now 2-0 up. This was the goal from Young. I think we just saw a slight.
We saw that one live, I believe.
Yeah, we saw. I want to see it again. A great finish at the near post from Kylian Mbappe.
We'll try and get that for you. Game B, the replay of that goal from Ilian Bouchy. Headers and volleys around the box. Yago. Woohoo! Needed that one, otherwise it could have maybe started to run away from him.
It's just the knockdowns in the box. We see it a lot in FC24. Dinked into Haaland and nodded straight back down to him as well. And the finish in at the near post. And it brings Yago back into this game. Because as you said, Brandon, I felt as if Anders was the next person to score a goal in this game, almost certainly would have pulled away from him.
I really like from Yago there, though, the fact that most players will look for that knockdown from Haaland and then look to go with Vinny. But no, he says, I'm going to give you this straight back that first time, and just having that ability to do that then gets that kind of catching Anders off guard ever so slightly to put himself back into the game. And as you said, you can't let Anders Vergang run away with this. So this is perfect for Yago. 2-1, 21 minutes, plenty of FC to be played as he keeps knocking on that door.
Corner comes in. That one defended well. Replay over here. And it is a second goal. But it's gone the way of Young, the Brazilian, who is beating Dasari right now.
He actually gave him the entirety of the near post, but he didn't shoot there. He shot at the goalkeeper, and you've got to say, a little bit unfortunate to concede the goal there, Ryan.
Yeah, very unfortunate. So goal back in this game. Lucas Official against Ilian Bushki. He's dinked into the back post. Haaland leaping above Kai Havertz. And it's a way back into the game for Lucas.
The skyscraper at the back post, Erling Haaland. Just towers above the rest of Jönköping.
Especially that aerial plus play stop, which has made all the difference once again. Big goal back, game A, let's join it now. Dasari has pulled one back, let's stay on this one. And this was the goal that he scored from. It was a pretty fortunate bounce back. He's not going to care.
Alex, I've got to ask you the question. When you look at MS Dasari, he's got those fans behind him, and they're all clearly all celebrating him and wanting him to win. Do you hear that? I mean, you saw it in the last game. He did a little stage dive and got in there with them. Could that help, or could it hinder his performances?
I think it just helps him. It's flashbacks for us last year in Saudi. We saw how that crowd just raised levels in that room for so many players. And for Dasari, yes, he is going to know that these fans are here and they want to see him perform and they want to see him there at the Esports World Cup. He's just going to thrive off it.
I think he will. And he comes forward again here. Vitinha floated into the back post.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Unlucky.
That's twice he's been in behind those first-time balls over the top. Yet to find a goal from it, but just something Young has to be mindful of.
Replay over here. Anders Verga, by the looks of it, he's now 3-1 up in his game. We'll see the goal now. Mbappe able just to break the lines of defence and then easily find his way through. Just in his groove, Alex knows exactly what he wants to do in those areas.
Yeah, time and time again we see Anders just look for that step over to break away. When he has the options ahead of him, he's got a runner to the left, a runner to the right. It's then for Yago, it's a difficult decision. It's saying, I can't cover every single option, and moving that ball with speed and momentum. As we see Haaland again leaping at that back post.
Yago twisting and turning. Very compact from Anders, running attackers back to try and cut the lanes manually.
You feel like that's something that Anders probably doesn't get enough credit for. We know how good he is going forward, but it is that case of constantly pulling in those attackers to say, no, you're not going to sit up there and be available for the counter every single time. I want you to be there, pressing that midfield, trying to create those two banks of four and make it difficult for Yago to penetrate.
Yeah, they do it just obviously with the recycling of 4-3-2-1. You go play it back to the offensive midfielders you have ready and raring to driven a pass to the attackers. If the strikers are there, then obviously they help trying to cut the lanes manually as well.
Just seeing, obviously, just saw goal poach qualifier. I've just seen a little tweet from him. From losers round 2 to the World Cup after winning 10 in a row.
Wow. Special, and this is special as well. Anders, kind of defense of Yago, he makes it look easy.
I want you to talk, Ryan. Saying keep talking.
Well, at the moment, he is cruising his way through to the qualification game. These are the scores on the doors. Young 2-1 up against MS Dasari. 2-2 in that Lucas official game against Ilian Bushki. It's MS Dasari's game you can see on the screen, and we just saw another one for Anders Vergang for him to pull away. Karim looking strong as well. 2-0 up.
We saw it from Karim yesterday.
Friday.
All blended together. That unbelievable losers bracket run where he just kept going and going and going and going. It was like a car that had no miles left, but he kept on chugging along the road. We're starting to see that again from him here. He's suffered a defeat, but he is continuing that momentum forward.
Yeah, he's in flow state, as you said, losing in the winners round on Friday, first round, and he done it again today in the playoffs bracket, but he's been on a huge run of form and victories, and he's a man on a mission.
Dasari building into this one to try and find an equaliser. Vitinha
only you can tell us, Ryan, when it comes to a point where you've just been playing every single game in the losers bracket, and it just comes normal for you, for someone that's in that winners bracket and then drops down later on, is it just so much easier for someone like Karim who's just been used to being there every single time? It probably doesn't even cross his mind that if I lose this amount.
Yeah, it's just it's a difficult one. As I said, it kind of depends when you lose in the winners bracket. If you're coming off of a loss where you've lost the game to qualify, and then you still have to win 2 more after that, to bounce back mentally is not easy. It's very, very difficult. You often see a lot of players sort of succumb to the pressure and then end up losing 2 in the bounce. But as you mentioned, if you've come from the loser bracket, you're already backs against the wall from round 1, round 2 even in the losers bracket. You know that you have to win. If you lose, you're out. It's pretty simple. Whereas for a lot of these players, maybe you get caught in a position where you think, okay, even if I lose, I can still go again.
Yeah.
And maybe it's working in Karim's favour.
I'll tell you what, we may have just seen the best turnaround from a game in Game B. I mean, give you a replay of it, of what on earth has happened. Luca's official. 3-2 up he leads now. Erling Haaland just in a running race. Nothing fancy about it, just got his head down and run. Back to this one now, Desari. Stopped in his tracks, killing Mbappe. Still 2-1 down against Young.
He's in.
And just like that, the game can just run away from you.
A tiny mistake there from Eris Desari. Well, the tiny turns into massive. He steps up with Virgil van Dijk, giving Young all that time and space in behind, and he punishes him for it. Anders Virgil just doing what he does best.
Rich, you spoke about Anders not even performing at his maximum.
He's not, and he's
and
still
now
winning.
he's still winning, but now it seems to be kicking into gear a little bit more. Vintage Anders, the step overs, the decisiveness in front of goal, and not even half time, and he's 5-1 up against Yago.
30 minutes left for MS Dosseri to keep the Esports World Cup dream alive.
Into Game B. That's just been another important goal in Game B.
And where's it gone?
It's an equaliser to William Bucci in that game. We haven't jumped to it, unfortunately. But these Drogba that's pulled one back for the French pro.
We have to remind you at home right now, if you are just joining us, all these games are losers bracket matchups. You lose. You leave Yongchaping empty-handed. A little bit of prize money, but no tickets. No signatures to the Esports World Cup.
Lofted ball there, Desari's looking for that flick down, it falls back to 09, he can't get there, Hosteluk.
I'd be interested to know from the start of this game whether Young decided to start Havertz at right back and Osalu out on that left-hand side, or whether that's been a tactical change for him to try and match up more so against Haaland out here. Obviously, Havertz, we know he's exceptional in the air as well. That's why he's ran by so many of the pros here in Sweden. Osalu just that little bit better at dealing with the Norwegian.
It's a great driven pass in. Arne Ronaldo blocked, falling to the feet of Haaland. De Bruyne, this will be a way back in.
Game on again. He absolutely loves that Kevin De Bruyne item as well. He's always been a massive part of the way he plays. Still 21 in-game minutes left. He only needs a goal.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of time on his hands, does Dosseri. He's got opportunities that will come his way as changes are made right now. Let's head on over to Anders Vergen and Yago. It's 6-1. We just kicked off the second half.
Yeah, Anders on the attack again. Mbappe, step home. He's going to play it. Oh, he's not. He still goes in. It still goes in. 7-1 in 48 minutes. Wow. Is he looking over us?
He is.
Anders is cooking. I know, Alex, you looked at me. The keeper, you got questions?
I mean, at this point anyway, for Yago, it's obviously a mammoth of a task for him. But you've still got to look at the goalkeeper there and just say that Anders had the opportunity to sweat it off across. He said, no, I'm just going to back Kylian Mbappe. We know if he gets that shot off in there, he's always going to be testing the keeper. And Petr Cech just kind of flaps at it.
Yep. That's why we associate Anders with one of the best players in the scene. He's unbelievable. And he's showing it on the biggest stages of all.
We've just seen we have an equaliser in our other matchup as well in game A.
Yago with a consolation. But have a look at this. Toni Kroos with the cutback. 3-3.
Well, if we can, let's go to game... I've got to say game A. Game A and game B are both at 3-3. Sorry, from 3-1 down has pulled it back to 3-3. Remember, you need to win this game and then one more to qualify for the Esports World Cup. Young, big chance! 4-3 back in front. Toni Kroos continuing his run.
End-to-end FC.
Over to game B if we can as well live. That one is 3-3. Over to this one now, William Bushi was in front. Lucas flipped the game on his head, then he just pulled back a 3-3 equaliser as the new up-and-coming Rookie of the Year. Over to you now, Lucas. Position given back to William Bushi.
And it's the small margins that will be separated here. A mistake or magic could continue your run in Jönköping, Sweden.
William Bushi still, Vinicius. Cruz, Vitinha. Oh no,
Lovely.
not the man this time. CR7. A player that he builds his character off the back of, William Bushi. You see him on social media. It's everything compared to that man. Rivaldo, isn't it?
It was.
Yes,
It was.
Brandon.
Rivaldo looks like CR7 apparently. Oh, it's been a long weekend.
Let's go back to game A. Here we go.
Back to game A.
You can only say the name. You went in on as well.
What?
We just wanted to wait how long and see how long it would take to realise, Brandon.
No Cristiano Ronaldo yet.
That's unlucky. It's a great player lock there as well. Wins it back high for Young.
Young. Ten minutes away from knocking out MS Desari and stopping him from booking a ticket.
That's lovely work with the player lock as well. Around the corner.
Can he make the most of this? Vitinha lofts it back in the box. Desari will definitely get 1-2 good chances.
We've not really seen much of Krimi's back, I've got to say. He's 4-0 up and cruising at the moment.
Desari gets the bounce back to his feet. Saliba.
One more chance, Ryan.
For Young. Or not. Desari in for a 4-4. Mbappe, it's a brave tackle from Havertz. Chance to break away. Doesn't need another goal though. Instead, we'll just look to take more time out of the game. William Bushi still in front, 4-3, 10 minutes left on the clock. Anders Vergang 26 minutes away from a 7-2 victory. See how generous the added time is going to be for Desari.
Oh. Great dribbling in the corner.
It's burning minutes on the clock.
Still in possession, you might be able to find one more. Haaland, Rivaldo.
Doesn't need to.
Oh, he's giving it away. Can the Sari make the most of this, though? Lofted ball finds Mbappe in his feet and his pace. He waits to bring more players into the attack. Intercepted well by Young, added time of 2 minutes.
Oh, he's got lucky
Does
there.
well there to get Rivaldo back on the ball. It's his possession to keep now. It's his game to throw away. It looks like the Sari will be out here in DreamHack Sweden. And it will be Young that remains in the competition still. 20 in-game seconds left. Commiserations to Sari. Congratulations, Young. He will be 1 game away from the Esports World Cup. Well, let's jump back over to game B. What has happened? We're in a pause now, but in the 84th minute, there's just been an equaliser over here, Alex.
And there's something that you just won't see from that equaliser. It's Davis up against Van Dijk at the back post for Lucas. He manages to win that, and then he breaks on that counter, manages to find Haaland. And again, that man is there every single time to deliver when you need him most.
We're going to see the replay of that goal, Alex, when it comes through. You've spoken basically what happened. You can talk us through it again. And there's 8-2 up. Here's that goal.
Yeah, as I said, it was just Haaland breaking away, but it was all about Alphonso Davies at the back post. If he didn't win that header, Virgil van Dijk would have had that opportunity. But instead, a huge, huge win, as we see Anders Verjgang putting 9 past Iago. And quite frankly, just enjoying himself out there.
He's taunting the crowd that are here to support Iago. 9-2 is an emphatic victory. I'll be honest, I think we've seen enough. We need to go over. Let's see another game.
Let's head back to game B. B for brilliant, as it's 4-4.
And we might be. Over some extra time.
Or will there be one more opportunity?
Building for it, isn't he, Lucas?
Let's play for last attack.
Vinny's making that run.
Yeah, it's a great ball from Toni Kroos as well.
This could be huge for Liam Bushi. Vinny Jr. around the corner. He's got down the pylon into that dangerous area. Where's that comeback? He went for the cricketer into the finish. If he's quick, he can get it past the halfway line. Lucas might get the last chance. Mbappe could be in a running race there.
Oh my gosh.
He's pulled away. He's dodged one, 2 tackles. Chance for Lucas. 90th minute, Pele. Oh, the goalkeeper movement is brilliant.
Oh my gosh, the keeper moved. He had so much time to pick a side.
He panicked so much with them 2 slides and then kept his calm with the keeper movement.
Gosh.
It gets right.
Back to this one now. Commiserations to Marzu. He is going to be crashing out the tournament. Karim is back. He's on his way into that all-important qualification game. If he wins his next game, he goes to the Esports World Cup.
Anders has just put his 11th past Iago.
Please, man. Did we need that? Come on, man.
I've got to keep the people here in the crowd and at home need to know what's happening with the games. And I'm keeping updated.
Well, extra time's kicked off, and we've missed nearly maybe a goal. Let's go to it now, game B. Shots are flying in. The crossbar was just hit by Ilian Bushi. We have to talk about Ryan. How on earth you stay that composed when Pele's got an open goal pretty much?
Yeah, it was, I'll be honest, it was just the culmination of
composure and lack of composure.
It was so erratic from Ilian Bushi, and here's Lucas Official on the attack here. Haaland plays it into Neymar, shoots across goal, keeper saves it. Just about going to go out for a corner kick as well, but the slide tackling there from Ilian Bushi, I thought he was going to get punished. The goalkeeper movement was a little bit early as well, but Lucas sort of panicked.
Two hands on it or not, Van der Sar.
It's a lovely pass again.
There's been another goal in that game.
12, you know.
Cut back, went on his own. Heartbreak as well for Jago. That'll be him crashing out of the DreamHack Sweden qualifier.
Just now, yeah.
Chance for Haaland! It's a small gap. But there is a gap between him and Lucas in this extra time period. Still lots of time still to be played. And he'll be in his mind thinking, I could have won it in 90 minutes. Well, that Pele chance, if it wasn't for the goalkeeper movement, I wouldn't even be in this extra time.
We can see where this game is going to be winding up. Karim is back from Apogee. We'll be moving into another round of the losers bracket. It's a lovely finish. You got to say it's a consolation for Mark Zhu. The red card came in. We didn't catch when the red card was, however, it just won't be enough. Let's go back to game B.
Yeah, let's head on over. This one's wrapped up. This one isn't. 5-4 late on.
Good chance.
It might be if he can score something from here. Oh, 9! Makes it 6-4. Where was the right back? Hosselu caught sleeping. The space there became available. And R9 makes it 6-4, 2-goal cushion in the first half of extra time.
You can see Lucas's player cam there, his face comes through, he's kicking himself.
He had the game in his hands.
Yep.
And he just let it slip through his fingers. Commiserations to Jago, he will be crashing out of the competition. A great run, but just ran into a firing Anders Vergang, who is a scary, scary opposition as Lucas comes forward. That shot cannoned into a whole host of bodies. Could he have done slightly better on that occasion? You have to ask yourself. That's red time. Could he have done better, Lucas, with that chance?
I think the effort's fine. It was just a time effort from Hullet. He's kind of gone back into where the bodies are. Yeah, maybe he could look for that near post, but there just wasn't enough venom on it from Hullet. It's never going to test the goalkeeper, even if it gets through.
All right, we're over to the Anders game, last minutes. We're just going to see this one out before we head back over to our final game to complete. It's Anders, it's De Bruyne, it's 13.
Unlucky for some.
Well, let's tease these ones to you then. If we can go back to game B. That's the half-time extra time. As it stands, Ilian Bushi will take on Anders Vergang. Winner of that goes to the Esports World Cup. And on the other side, a confirmed fixture. Karim against Young. Whoever wins that one will also qualify for the Esports World Cup. Just at half-time and extra time, hence why we are just seeing a full-time result coming here.
Just stop, don't do it. Oh, he's, okay. He still went for it as well. Okay, fair enough, Anders, man. No remorse. Commiserations to Jago. Unfortunate for him coming far in the competition. Anders gets 14.
And a full-time result to come in any second now. Let's go back to game B. That's done.
Yeah, you got to say whoever's put up against Anders next.
Ilian Bushi potentially, if he sees this out.
That'll be a really, really
that's a
interesting
game. That's a game to qualify for the Esports World Cup as well. Unless Lucas official has anything else up his sleeve, building up an attack here with Neymar into Mbappe. A great tackle.
He's officially not out of this yet.
Should just leave you in silence, you know. But
10 minutes. It's got to be perfect. That's Ilian Bushi. Two good chances though for Lucas Walk. Turn it all around again. Oh, he went back inside that same way of the defender, which was read well.
Oh, he's in.
Could conclude it now. Mbappe stopped.
What a save, by the way. Oh, it's a bad corner. It's Eder Militao who's making the run with Mbappe. Got to score probably before, what, 117 to have a chance?
Neymar, oh no! Oh, you're going to be made to pay for that one.
Oh goodness, that all stems from rushing the corner.
Yeah. He's panicking.
It's I don't know why he's taking it. Like you kind of want to kill minutes on the clock there in those moments. You know you're up by 2, 7 minutes of extra time left. It's just about keeping possession. We even saw Young against Emirates Asari. Young had time and space to go forward. Instead, he just recycled, kept possession, waited for the time to pass by.
There is a real sense of anticipation in Jönköping in Sweden.
We're up to 94 on the counter now.
Pronunciation gets worse as well as it goes on.
It's DreamHack Summer. It's the road to the Esports World Cup. And there is no chance for mistakes.
Well, then one good chance for Lucas. Who knows if we go to penalties to keep yourself in this. After a mistake, Ilian won't want to see again. There's a broadcast here full of French fans that are spurring him on.
They get a chance.
He might get a chance now. I'll tell you, we might have to break the lines.
Oh, we turn back.
Will Lucas get another crack at him?
Doesn't need another goal, does he? He'll be smart. Let's see this one out.
He's into the corner. Ilian Boucher looks to continue his road to the Esports World Cup. It's by far been the best performance of his career, but he gets over the line. Lucas Official will crash out of the tournament. Commiserations. Ilian Boucher marches on, and he's one game away from the Esports World Cup. Let's have a look at how.
I hope we don't have to watch these.
Yeah, I hope
we'll be here for a while. We'll be here for a long while watching this. Anders up against Yago, went 2-0 up early on. Mbappe stepping over, green time across goal. It's his goal number 4.
Just onside, wasn't he there? And Anders really strutting his stuff here in Jönköping in Sweden. It's been a bit of an up and down weekend for him, you've got to say. He's not been perfect by any stretch of the imagination. However, he's been getting over the line. He's been getting performances when he needs to, and this was the most emphatic of them all. Someone who is already at the Esports World Cup due to performances from this season. Mr. Mark 11, how are you, my friend?
I'm not great, to be honest. I've actually got like blood in my eye, if you can see that. And then I was like bowling all yesterday. It wasn't a great day. I also lost in a pen shootout, which is a bit of deja vu. It was a terrible day.
Well, I'm very glad I'm on this side of the stage, far enough away from you. What have you made? You've been here, obviously, a little bit of today. You've been seeing a few of the games. Who's been impressing you, I've got to say?
There's some big names out. You got like Fuma out, Tex out, Desari out. Obviously, that's good for me because I'll be versing those people in about 2 months' time. But I do feel bad for those guys, obviously. But you got people like Bushi coming here. No one would have expected that, for example. Lucas, I feel bad for Lucas. That chance.
Yeah, that's painful.
He can't sleep at night for the next few nights. That's going to hurt.
Obviously, this season, you started off with the FC Pro Open. You'll be disappointed with the performances there. And then you come later into the season, the Aussie League victorious in. Coming into this back end of the season now, there's still a lot to play for. How are you feeling on the pitch?
it's probably the two biggest tournaments of the whole year, probably you'd have to say. But the issue is like being in Australia, like I found out the meta so late compared to everyone, so like I'm always like rusty and like there's 100 depth right now, and I never play that, for example, so I have to start practicing that. But it's very hard to like get used to it. But I've still got plenty of time to hopefully win both tournaments maybe.
And you mentioned there about the meta, and you found it a little bit late. What have you made of the meta this year? Obviously, so many people looking for those aerial plus players into their team. Are you a fan of it, or not so much?
No, it's disgusting. It's probably the worst ever like meta in any year I've played. Like I've only played for 4 years, and this one is so bad. Like I think the skill gap's pretty low, to be honest with you. But I guess you have to just play and adapt to whatever they give you.
2 spots left for the Esports World Cup. Of course, we saw Ilian Bushi win. So it's him against Anders. If you had to pick up one of those players you don't want to play or you don't want to make it, who would it be?
Obviously, I don't want Anders to make it, but I think he's going to probably win that game comfortably. So I believe he'll go through there. And then the other game, we've got Karim versus Young. Karim plays 4-4-2, no Haaland.
Yep.
You've got to say that is impressive to make it this far with no Haaland. It shows that maybe there is a skill gap.
Finally, I want to ask you about Oceania as well. You got your spot from the Esports World Cup, from that allocated region. How's it felt as being sort of the new player taking up that scene and really being the star of that scene, moving it forward? And do you feel as though things are improving over there as well, especially Aussie and New Zealand, where they've got someone that can get behind in these global tournaments who can really go all the way?
Yeah, of course. I feel like even like playoffs, we used to have people that are like Mike, Ryan, and Dylan Nageti. They always like get 2-2 and always lose in the final game. Like a different day can go through, but like the only issue is we've only got one spot, so you can't really see 2 players competing at the same time. So I just bit of pressure on me to perform, or else we get no spots basically. But yeah, I like the pressure a little bit. It's fun, and also we have a decent region, and we're all like friends with each other too.
We'll get well soon, mate. Shout out to Michael Evan and Team Footwiz for letting us have him for the broadcast for a very short interview. Let's have a look at those results as it currently stands from the games that we just saw. Young beating MS Desari 4-3. Ilian Bushi 6-5 in extra time. He was victorious against Lucas Official. Anders Vergang 14, Yago 3, and Karim is back with a 4-1 victory versus Maxu. Let's have a look at the bracket and see where we are right now if you are just joining us on this qualifying championship Sunday. You can see the qualifying games for the Esports World Cup highlighted in black on the bottom of the screen. 2 games remain. Anders Vergang versus Vitality, Los Galil, Ilian Bushi. And Karim is back, taking on Young. For you, Ryan, where would you see those games going?
I think it's hard to not side in favour of Anders after he scored 14 goals against Yago. That is impressive. And of course, Ilian Bushi is a fantastic player as well. I think that game, for me, would be the one to watch. I'd be keeping a close eye on that. Of course, Karim is back. Another loser bracket run from him. And Young, again, fantastic player. And see, Goal Poacher, this is a game in the winners bracket up against Matthias Banana. This one, of course, they've already got their spots for the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, those games, good cash on the line as well. I think if you win this game, it's guaranteed 15k. You'll be in the grand final, or the winners final, sorry. So you're guaranteed top 3 at least. Actually, top 2, because you win this game. There's no losers bracket reset in this tournament.
Guaranteed.
So once the losers bracket finishes, it stops. We're not going any further. So actually, you win this game, guaranteed top 2, guaranteed 15k. I was all right the first time. I should just back myself. The other game that we are going to see over there is Levi David versus Abu Maka. All those fans that were just supporting Dosseri moving over and getting behind a fellow Saudi now in Abu Maka, you would think, Alex?
Yeah, definitely. And they are right over in that corner as well, so Levy is going to have that little bit of extra noise coming from the left-hand side of his ear, but both talented players. And if Levy can put in a performance that we saw in that previous round, he has every opportunity to take himself into that grand final, and he'll be looking to do that. But a tough opponent in Abu Maka.
Yeah, a really tough opponent, but Levy's been incredible. He's been a formidable force. But as you mentioned, so has this man. Abu Maka has been fantastic.
I mean, when you look at what Team Hull are doing, the triad in Riyadh, all 3 of them making it a superb outing from that organisation, and you know who's going to be the fan favourite in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. He's on your screen right now. Abu Maka from Team Falcons. Could he go all the way? You've got to say that's a conversation for another day. It's It's a hypothetical right now. He could certainly go all the way today, though, and pick up $25,000. I can see Anders Vergang on the stage right now. He's just getting ready. Doesn't have an opponent yet on the stage with him. He's just getting a few final moments.
And for Team Hullet, correct me if I'm wrong, is that now back-to-back 3 players at the World Cup for them?
Correct.
In singles? That's impressive. Very, very impressive.
Brandon Smith joining us back on the stage right now. Been a fantastic day. I want to compare it, Brandon, from Dallas to Sweden. When you look at the performances, similar somewhat names. Bernardo was top 6 in Dallas. He's guaranteed top 4 here. Anders made it late, but I don't think it was deep into the bracket for the top 2. Some of the players didn't even go over there.
Absolutely, yeah. As I said, you play this tournament 3 or 4 times, the bracket will just continuously keep on shaking up. We're going to kick off with these upper bracket games where, as you said, they have all qualified for the Esports World Cup, but there is cash on the line. Banana takes one goal poacher. And of course, in the other game, it is Abimaka v Levi David. It's worth mentioning as well for a handful of those players. They have made 2 World Cups, Banana FC Pro World Championship and an Esports World Cup. Same can be said for a handful of those players, which really goes out to say, but you can't do any more than that, Ryan, for your pro season. You made the 2 World Championships, the 2 biggest events of the year.
Yep, exactly. And he's got a very, very strong chance, which is to go the distance. He's someone that's played extremely well, and I'm sure we saw the interview as well when he got his spot at the Esports World Cup. He still had his eyes on the prize, and that was to win this whole tournament.
I've always said that as well, that Banano's always been just so close to that silverware, so close to that trophy, whether it was second place in E-Champions League or even a good run in the recent E-Champions League there. We have kicked off one of the qualification games, Game D. And this is the replay of the goal that we may have just missed. It is Karim that leads by a goal to 0 against Young. Ilian Bushi against Anders Vergang has not kicked off as of yet. Let's go back to Game D if we can, because we're going to keep more eyes on the qualification games. Have to remember that there is, for a lot of players, a life-changing tournament here. No matter how you do in Riyadh, just being in the best 16 players in the world can really make a difference in terms of your future of your team and your esports career moving forward. This is Young's real first chance to get something off. R9 into Haaland, you know where that's going. 6 minutes in, Royal Square.
Great build-up there from Young, using the cancelled pass back into the box there for Haaland. He said he needed a quick response. 5 minutes in or so, and we've already got 2 goals between Karim Isbak and Young.
Nil-nil still with Levy v Abubakar. 0-0 with goal poacher in his game against Bernardo. Goal over here. I said it was goalless. It was only for so long. Levy David has had a breakthrough over here. He leads Abubakar by a goal still. He said, as you said, Richard, on this desk, that it's not done yet.
Yeah.
A lot of these players, they want to play for the extra cash and take all the confidence they can into what is to come next month.
Job not done, and I think after seeing Emre lifting that trophy against Manu in the grand final in Dallas, he'll be wanting to also say, I was right there with you, and I've picked up the trophy in Jönköping in Sweden.
This is nice. Karim. Mbappe! What a save, Petr. We are in kit selections between Anders and Ilian. Not kicked off yet. Breakthrough in Game B. Let's join it live if we can. Game B, there's been a goal. And it's goal poacher. Leading Banana by a goal to 0. We'll see you on the replay, right?
the goalkeeper movement. Looks as if he thought a shot across goal would have come the way from Haaland, but it went to the near post.
And into a pause we go there. Let's leave the game. And go back to game D. There's been a goal there. Young. 2-up. This will be the third game he's been in, Richard, which has been basically dependent on him qualifying for a World Championship. Anders Vergang in the FC Pro Open all that time ago, this last matchup, and now this one. If he doesn't win this one, we'll be thinking, how much more close can I get to being at the biggest events of the year?
Yeah, absolutely. These so close yet so far in these big moments. How do you get yourself over the line? If there's one hurdle there, but that's the tallest hurdle of all, it's a 60-metre. How do you get over it?
Well, scores to the doors. Levy 1-0 up still as it stands. Goal poacher, of course, cruising. And we have a kick-off. Game C, let's join it live. All the eyes are on this one as well. Because it's the qualification game for the Esports World Cup. Anders Vergang against Ilian Bushi. Only one of them will be in Riyadh. Now the event where everyone wants to be, only 16 players can be there. Could be an early start. Oh no, what's this? Whew.
I said earlier, I was speaking to someone here in Sweden and in Jönköping at DreamHack Summer. And I said it feels harsh in these games that only one player can go through, as Levy David doubles his lead there against Abu Maka. Back on board with live action. This is Vitality lost Lille. It's the Ilian.
You could argue as well, Rich, it's the game that, it's the heartbreaking game, isn't it? You come so close with the lower bracket. You lose, you're out, you can't play for any more cash, you can't play for anything more. And your opponent is off to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah.
That's a gift. Hosselu. Anders Vergang. Steal with R9. Mechanically, he's everywhere. You just can't keep up with him.
Keeper movement.
Big goal between Young and Karim at his back. And it was Karim getting back in the game at 2-2.
Big goal there. Remember, that's also a qualification game. One of those two are going to the Esports World Cup, Karim or Young. We'll keep most of our eyes and our attention on those two games. Goal poacher still 1-0 up against Bonanno. Levy David still 2-0 up in his game. Ilian. Can he have his first shot registered at? And as he went from a Chavella from that far out, I mean, mix it up, why not? These are all the scores, and as it stands, qualifier games on the right, Anders against Ilian, Karim against Young. On the left-hand side, these are upper semi-finals. Those four players, as we know, have qualified for the Esports World Cup. They are playing just for cash and the ultimate bragging rights. Well, over here, Young back in front. 3-2, R9 scoring there for the Brazilian. That's only got 26 minutes on the clock in that game. And chance already flying. Anders Vergang with a corner here. Hosselu drops the shoulder. Sends one or two players packing, locking in. Has to score. Haaland, he does. Anders Vergang takes the lead.
It's a big goal. It came from a chance again. Ilian Bushi with great goalkeeper movement. Initially stopped Anders. Finding the back of the net. But corners, we know whether they're whipped in directly or played short, dink to the back post, as it was in that situation. Haaland is always favourite in those aerial battles, Richard.
Yeah, he is. When you've got such a presence, you've got such a powerful striker inside the box, you have to favour him. And the only way of defending him is really going Haaland versus Haaland action, H squared. But if you're not going to get that, and you do potentially lock off, or you get another player on there, count your blessings, because you'll be conceding the goal.
He's been building up. He's been a player that everyone's been speaking about in France this year, Ilian Boucher. He's got better and better as the season went on.
Special talent, seriously, so
And I think even recently, Ryan, as well, just in online qualifiers and stuff, he's been looking so impressive. If there's one game for him to step up and win, it would be this one, to really cement this season that he has had.
He loves that ball over the top.
Can Drogba do enough, though, to outsmart Virgil van Dijk? That's enough to keep him in possession, though, for a few more yards, then runs it out of play, unfortunately. It's a goal kick. Nothing else to update you on as it currently stands. Young 3-2 up still. Goal poacher leading against Bonano 1-0 and Lebedevian still 2-0 up against Abu Makka. All the games in the first half.
It's a nice ball.
Space for Hansen. Ilian look, he's broken one or two lines there. Just needs to play the one more pass there. Rivaldo. Sends one or two defenders packing there. I wasn't sure if that was the right idea. Flick on works out well. Rivaldo steal. Mbappe well played by Van Dijk.
Got there in the end, didn't he, with that tackle? It was one after another, and Ilian just kept the possession of the football.
Bostelu. Chance for Anders now to maybe find a second. Hullet goes down to ground. Referee waves it away because he's got the shot away, supposedly. Another day. That may have been a penalty.
Yeah, me personally, I didn't see much in that.
Great press.
Aggressive again, Mbappe, Anders for 2, wide, and a goal kick.
Should have gone across goal, Alex?
I'll be honest with you, Richard, I've been keeping my eye on the Karim and Young game. I'm just going to be out in the 42nd minute, 3-2 up. Here's Young. I didn't see it, Richard.
Let's see this attack playing and then we'll catch the last closing moments of that Young versus Karim match that's in a half-time. Let's jump to it now. Game D if we can. Let's get the last closing stages before half-time. 3-2 still to Young. At a time of just 1 minute, we'll play the last attack of the half. Which will fall the way of Tuzzy Esports' Brazilian. Havertz, Patelis. Clever idea. That will do us into half-time. Small lead, but he's halfway there. Back over to it. Remember, there's only 2 tickets left from DreamHack Sweden. And it's in these 2 games where they will be decided. Chance, Anders! Just give her the space to turn. 2-0 he leads.
Ilian's just tried to step into that lane with Virgil van Dijk to block off that pass to Haaland, and it's just fine margins. If you don't get it inch perfection, they're not always going to step that leg out, and you're just going to get turned. And then you're the wrong side of the attacker. You can just see Van Dijk trying to move over there, and Haaland again.
Clinical.
Yep, so clinical. He makes it look easy, though, with the fact that I know earlier on he missed the chance. He went to the near post, mistimed it, but this time he redeemed himself. Haaland in front of goal for Anders. It's 2-0.
He's a sharp shooter in every sense of the word. There is Erling Haaland.
It's so difficult in those positions because as a defender, you know where the ball's going and you think, okay, if I step, I'll be able to take that off you. But then if you don't step, you then have the attacker defending you as well.
Over to the upper semi-final. Banana back there, 1-1. Anders wants a third over here. He might get it. He's going to get absolute gift here. Arnhem breaks the line. One more pass. You do not give him space.
Big mistake.
Because he will punish you every single time.
(3-0). Anders leads, just kept it calm, kept it cool and composed. Simple pass across the goal and just a small few marginal errors, Ryan, creeping in from Ilian Boucher, and Anders makes them cataclysmic errors.
Yep, it's a big one there, and it could prove to be very costly against Anders because so what he's done in his previous games, 14 goals against Yago, so he's showing how efficient he can be in goal and in front of goal. And he was showing that he was scoring in quick succession on the attack again.
Chance to break away. Needs a goal now, Ilian. Just something to get him back on the right track. Is he onside? No.
I mean, you just got to stop the bleeding at this point. Levy 3-0 up.
Could be on for a fourth here before the 40th minute.
Against Abu Maka, that is. That's a winner's bracket game. We can see the third goal right here. The switch of play is very nice. Loads of space, simple finish. If we can, let's head live with this game being 3-0 to game D, as it is a qualification match to the Esports World Cup, and it is a much tighter affair. You said you were watching this game, Alex, and you're starting to see how it was taking shape. What do we need to see to get back into this match for Karim?
Karim just needs to do what he does best, and that's just finding the in between the lines, getting up against that defence and saying, look, if I can get there, I can get dance past your Virgil van Dijk into the 18-yard box and have that clinicalness that he has. We know, as Mark Levin said it, that he's playing a 4-4-2. He's not got that Haaland in there, playing that everyone else does. Play to the strengths that you have and get your opportunities.
Well, goal poacher, 2-up over there, 56 minutes on the clock. In the upper semi-final, remember they have already qualified for the Esports World Cup. Back over here though, we could be in for an all-important equaliser. Thought very nearly there was going to be a poor pass there that would have...
What a pass that is, by the way.
Given him a chance. Young, could he make the most of this one? An overload at the back post. Doesn't fall for the trap of having a cross. Instead, we'll try and work it in. Doesn't get too far. And Anders against Ilian's just gone into half-time. 3-0. Anders currently leading in that game. We have had a goal in game B. We'll try and get it on the replay for you.
Yeah, you just saw goal poacher go 2-1 up. Bonanno answering back to level up this tie at 2 apiece. Touch from Ronaldo and a finish into the near post. This is live action now, back underway. Karim on the attack.
Mbappe Elastico couldn't find the angle. Potentially a chance to pull away. Aggressive tackle there from Bellingham. He's been pulled out of position now. Militao's had to come across to try and save him. Karim might have done enough just to make the most of this space. Should have been a corner, it will be. Tony Cruz, where's his option? He didn't have one. And that is a poor corner in the end. Levi David has won a penalty. And he has made the most of it as well, because he leads by 4-0 against Abu Maka.
He stood to that side. It didn't matter. He thumped it in the top left corner, way out of the reach of the goalkeeper. Back on board with Young from Tuzi Esports. Apogee Karim is back. Oh, could have been a penalty.
It's very different for Karim when he gets into those positions at the byline where most people will have that option to look for that back post cross. Young can kind of say, okay, I don't need to worry about that if I can just crowd out the passes along the ground. He then has to work it back to the edge, and that's what you can see. He's looking for those first-time passes into the 18-yard box.
And he's having to trigger his midfielders because they're sort of waiting behind the other midfielders or attackers, and then it's difficult. But he's playing a game he's comfortable with.
And it is, and we've seen some players that have tried to adapt to that and say, I'm going to play for those back post crosses all the time. And he said, no, I'm going to play to what I know works for me. And so far throughout this tournament, it's worked.
Well, there's been a goal in game C. And we'll give you a replay on it. Anders Vergang 4-0 up. He is on his way, slowly but surely, to the Esports World Cup. And while we are in a pause, let's jump back to game B. Let's give it some love. We haven't followed this one too much. As we said, these players are already qualified. These are just playing for the extra cash pot that is available here in the DreamHack Sweden qualifier. $100,000, $25,000 will go to our bracket winner.
Guaranteed 15k game if you win this. To be taken home.
Goal poacher, taking all the time he wants there, then not able to pull that one off. Managed that overlap well there. Saw Harlem was making the run. Aggressive from Bonanno. Had him in a towel, proving why he can do a job at right back. Copper America item. Look at the space. Mbappe won't play, goal poacher.
French just split open there for Matthias goal poacher. Great build up there, playing it across, recycling possession. And the first time driven pass to Mbappe outside the boot. And he takes the lead again. This is, of course, another the qualification game alongside the Karim is back game and Young. 4-0 Anders.
We're running away with it. We're going to go to game D. After this attack does come in, it's played out in the end. Got to go game D because that one will finish first. And it's also a qualification game. Young with the corner. Van der Sar punches it back out for another one. Quick corner comes in.
Ooh, I thought.
Same.
Van der Sar weren't going to react to that for a second.
Karim desperate for an equaliser. Could this be his chance to do that? Davies breaks the lines. Rivaldo want to play. Two players in the way.
It's just getting to that point now for Karim where he's feel like he's doing everything right until it gets to that last chance attack where he's finding the shots. But credit to Young, he's putting the numbers behind. He's dealing with everything that he needs to. Those first time passes, there's always that one defender there just to do something.
Look at the space there. Heads it back in on the volley. That could be the goal to send him to a World Cup. Update over here. Levy, as we said, was 4-0 up. There has been a goal now, 4-1. Nisha Junior getting pretty fortunate there for Abu Makka.
Huge, huge goal and the cushion that he has given Young in that matchup. Ilian Boucher chasing this game here. He's 4-0 down. Abu Makka has got one back with Vinny Jr. and just stepping on the press ever so slightly. A few more white shirts up in the attack. Messi on the finesse. Good save from Van der Sar. Havertz is over the corner. He's looking for Messi short. Waiting, twisting, turning. Rivaldo. Maybe could have shot near post there, but Van der Sar narrows down the angle well. Let's head back into game D. 10 minutes to play.
I think for Karim, he knows he's going to have to start pushing forward, flooding a few more bodies forward because he knows time is ticking. Young won't be afraid to keep possession. We saw him do it in the previous round against MS Dasari. Karim building up now.
Desperate, isn't he? Davies, Bellingham. Where is that final pass? Not there.
And that is just maybe sometimes where you're lacking a big fella.
Big goal over here. Matthias Bonanno, 4-3 up against goal poacher. 4 minutes left, that's in an upper semi-final. Back here, Young can conclude it now! Now it's done! There will be another Brazilian amongst the 16 in Riyadh this summer.
A brilliant finish there from Young, and going back to your point, Richard, Kareem, he gets down to the byline, and it was actually almost a show of disrespect from Young to say, you could have the ball here, I don't care where you are, you can't shoot from here, you can't score from here, I'm just going to cover every single pass option that you have inside the box. If you have someone at the back post who's capable of competing in the air, you're not allowed to give that player on the ball all the time because you have to try and cut it out at source. It's then just made it extremely difficult for Kareem to find those little angles. When you play that ball back on the edge of the 18-yard box, Young has been precise with those offside traps, running that high depth, and he's made it unbelievably difficult for Kareem.
Chance. There's one.
You just don't know, is there going to be time on the clock? What, 4 minutes left to play?
Well, if you're wondering about Anders Vergang's game, there has been another goal in it, and it has gone the way of Anders. He is, at this point, cruising his way to the Esports World Cup. 5-0 he leads, 70 minutes on the clock. I've just seen a ridiculous goal from kickoff Emilian Bushi. I prefer to see that one on the replay if possible. Game C. This is the 5th.
Anders 5th, yeah.
We'll put him 5-0 up, and then if we can cue the replay of the Emilian Bushi goal, might be the best way to take kickoff.
He's built it up now.
I want to see it. I want to show you it. It's ridiculous. Well,
got some full times from the winners bracket as well. Levi David, 4-1 victory versus Abu Maka. And
no way. No
way. Hold on.
Nah, there's no time. Surely.
This is it. One pass.
He's gonna volley it.
Two.
Yeah.
Bang. Cheers.
The other game I was just about to tell you, Matthias Bonanno 4-3 victory versus goal poacher. He goes into the final, will take on Levi David for 25k. Let's look in.
And Anders has just scored again to make it 6-1. We're not going to show you it. We're not going to show you it. We're going to stay with this one.
It's not like one attack, maybe, if he wins the ball.
If he can even win the ball.
Not going to win possession. Just keep.
All the way back to the keeper.
Wait at kickoff. Just kill as many seconds as possible. Keep possession, and you know you secured your spot.
You are 10 in-game seconds away, Young. 2 in-game seconds away. Full-time result. Job done. He is there. Congratulations to you, Young. You are on your way to the Esports World Cup final, and that is exactly what it means to him.
Been so close this season to making it on numerous occasions. And at the Last Chance Saloon, he books his ticket to the Esports World Cup. Congratulations.
Well, there's one more qualification game left. We know it's pretty much done. There is 12 in-game minutes left. But we can start putting together a list, Richard, of everyone that's going to the Esports World Cup. Anders Vergang will be there. And he'll be amongst the best 16 in the world.
Yeah, he certainly will be. He's not on his own way today, has Anders. Dropped down to the losers bracket relatively early. Beat Stingray, Neat, Yago, and now Ilian. 4 losers bracket games. And those results in the losers bracket: 8-3, 8-6, 14-3, and now 7-1. You've angered the bear.
It's at 37 goals, 4 games. Wow, man. We said it earlier, Richard, when Hernandez heats up, it's a very, very long day for all of his opponents. And he said himself he hasn't been playing at his standard, but he's still doing enough to beat a lot of the players in this competition, and he's shown it when he can hit form.
Could be a flick on Mbappe. It's another one back. Unfortunately, it's just a case of just clicking down the clock and waiting for that full-time result. I mean, Rich, you can start putting together the list now, really, can't you? 12 players confirmed. We know that by the end of this game. Just 4 more spots to find. A last chance qualifier and 2 global invites.
Yeah, the names are starting to come in, and the support is truly outstanding for the players that will be there. Anders Vergang is making it his mission.
8-2. And you have to feel for Ilya Bushi there.
Just run into the wrong player.
It's just, we've just seen off camera Karim is back, sort of walking around the venue. It's so hard for these fellow pros as well, even to put into words anything to make them feel better in these situations. You're so close, you're at the biggest game. And to fall short, it must be heartbreaking.
Yeah, no one ever wants to be the player that does fall short, and unfortunately there has to be winners and losers.
9.
Anders Vergang
2
has blitzed this losers bracket.
And they're probably happy that he's not in the upper bracket.
His Yeongchaping journey will come to a close with a Esports World Cup ticket going to RB Leipzig and Anders Vergang.
Well, heartbreak for Ilya Bushi. There won't be much now, but he's had an unbelievable season. He has been a standout start in France. We'll see him again, no doubt. But he did make it in Dallas. So it didn't feel right without it being an Esports World Cup, without him being there. But he is. He's on for goal number 10, potentially so. Any time to follow. And our 6 players from DreamHack Sweden will be done and dusted.
Anders, Young, Goal Poacher, Levidavid, Abu Bakr and Bonanno will be your 6 finalists.
And that will be your 6. It's the worst time to get 4 minutes of added time. Not now.
Anders isn't going to stop playing.
He's not going to stop. He wants to score again. Rivaldo, 10. He won't stop scoring. And he will be there in Riyadh in August, battling out for a $1 million prize pool with the best 16 in the world.
He lost on penalties, did Anders in the winners bracket to Goal Poacher. Goal Poacher is on the plane alongside the man that he beat, Anders Vergang. Ilya, just keep the ball away from me. Every time you concede, we've got to watch the celebration. There we go.
Surely not another one. Last chance of the game. For a full-time whistle. Mbappe. And that should do it now. You've already lost the game, and then you just got Anders, you just keep scoring.
We will be joining up with Anders very shortly on the commentary desk to award him his official Esports World Cup qualifier sticker and badge, and also...
Well, there's the full-time result, and that's his moment. Anders Vergang takes the final spot from DreamHack Sweden. And that is it from this three-day tournament. Our 6 players have been found. And there are just 4 more to get before we kick off the 16-player competition.
2 of the global invites and also 2 more from that last chance qualifier. As I was saying, Anders will be joining us on the stage alongside the man who also just qualified, the Brazilian Young. As soon as these highlights are finished, they will be coming up, and
I mean, I'm going to say we're not going to see every goal from Anders' game, are we?
I hope not. It's going to be a longer highlights package. These Young's highlights that sent him through. It was a tight game. Karim was constantly in it until the final few moments where he pulled away.
At this point, yeah, 5-3, you can see one, right. 3 in-game minutes left. Then he scores another one on the stroke of the added time interval.
Terrible
Gets
touch,
away with that. Neymar picks it up, and he was just able to hang on and pick it up in the end. Of course, those are the highlights of the game again there. A massive congratulations to Young picking up the all-important result. I don't think we got the highlights from the other game, Rich.
No.
But we'll bring in 2 important people with us live now.
Here they are.
Here's your spot 5 and 6 to the Esports World Cup from DreamHack Sweden. Anders Vergang. Young, congratulations. Anders, first and foremost, did you need to keep scoring then?
No, not really, but the game was not over, and no, I don't need, but I'm qualifying. That's the most important thing.
How does it feel? And obviously, Dallas, you came really close. Didn't get the job done there. You've come back in Sweden. You've done it. I mean, you're at 2 World Championships this year. You can't ask for much more, really.
My goal is not to just qualify. My goal is to win, everything. So I'm not happy now. Of course, I'm happy. It was not happy. I'm all relieved because I feel like I just have to qualify because I know that I'm easily top 16 in the world. Also, I'm the only one who the last 2 games can win with 10 goals when it matters. It's the last qualifier, and I just show up, and I don't even feel like I played okay, I didn't play bad, but I can still play better. But I was in control every single time, and especially after I lost earlier, I'm really proud that I just destroyed 4 games after that.
Young, I've got to ask you, you've qualified, you've done it, you're at the Esports World Cup. So much support from your fellow Brazilians and South Americans here. Does it give you that extra incentive, that extra passion to go and win for your friends and family as well?
For sure, I think the guys from Brazil, the guys also from Portugal, they were supporting before this game because Karim is from Betlic. So for me, they make the difference. Also, I need to thank God because I was praying the whole game. I was so nervous this game because in the last tournaments, I lost 3 times in the last game to qualify to something. So I was a little bit afraid to happen again. But thanks God, thanks Gabigol as well. He tried to get my mental during the game all the time. And also for the guys that were supporting me all the time.
You beat PH in the winners bracket. You had the chance to qualify then. You come down to the losers bracket. How did you sort of recompose and sort of get your head back in the game after losing, then coming down to the losers bracket and having to win 2 more games?
So I'm a little bit weird with these things. For example, when I lost to Matias Bonanno, I went there and start to saw the void of my game against him. Alone, trying to think a little bit more because I was a little bit angry because the goal was not that goal in the last minute. But it is what it is. Then I recompose myself, plays against Osari, great crowd as well for him. But I managed to get the victories. My mental was there all the time. And now I'm very happy to be in the World Cup.
Anders, I spoke to you on Wednesday, just gone, where you were victorious in another tournament. I said to you, are you going to qualify? You said, it's a stupid question. If I play my best, I will qualify. Do you feel as though you played your best over this weekend, or was it just in that loser's bracket where we saw the real Anders Vergang?
I would say like there was delay like the first 2 days, and it was hard. Like you didn't really know 100% when you had to play, so you just had to like stay focused and hydrated the whole time. And I feel like I really didn't play good. Like honestly, I played really bad. And today I won the first game where I also really struggled. I was down 3-0 in 15 minutes, but I managed to like win in extra time, I think. And after that, like I feel like, you know, my first 3 opponents, if I won that, I would qualify. And I feel like on paper I should win them like quite like comfortable. But Goalsports, I don't even know if we won now, but he has been playing amazing. And I lost in penalty. I was also leading in extra time. So there was like, I think many would like go down after that, like mentally. And like I was not like, I knew that like if I still play good, I can still qualify. But it's just because I knew that like if I won that game, I would have it decided. I knew the way I would have if I just won would be so much easier. So I made it hard for myself to lose a game I on paper should win. But after that, I just played so much better. Like the last 4 games I've played like unreal, I would say. Like I've like destroyed everyone, and I'm really happy that like I just you know, step up when there's no more chances.
Well, you're going to be there at the Esports World Cup. We need to get your signatures, so have one of these each. Do you want to sign first, Anders? You're snatching that pen off me.
No, take him.
Young, there you go. Sign your signature. Get yourself booked in to the Esports World Cup. You will be there representing not only Brazil, Tuzzy Esports, a fantastic journey that you've been on this season. So close on so many occasions. Anders Vergang with the A will be coming out on top in Riyadh. We'll wait and see 2 more of your Esports World Cup grand finals. Congratulations, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure watching your games. Let's have a look at that bracket to see where we are on those results right now. As you can see, 11-2 in the end. Anders victorious against Ilian Bushi. Banano, 4-3 victory against Goal Poacher. It was Levi David with a 4-1 win versus Abu Maka. That sets up your grand final, Levi versus Banano, and it'll be getting underway very shortly indeed. And this is how the playoff bracket has taken shape. It's been an electric day of FC. It's been up and down, it's been left and right, and everything in between. But this is where we stay. Anders, Young, Goal Poacher Levi, Abu Maka and Banano will be your 6 qualifiers from Jönköping in Sweden. We have 1 more game left to play. It's your grand final. It's for $25,000, and it's Levi David against Matthias Banano.
Basically, an opportunity really, Rich, just to celebrate the weekend, isn't it? I mean, one question I didn't get to ask them, but out of 5-12 players, how difficult was it to even get to Sunday and into this situation where the bracket refreshes, that you get 2 more bites at it? You heard Anders there, just giving some plaudits as well to Goal Poacher, how good he's been throughout this competition. Obviously, Goal Poacher did get eliminated in that last round, but still, he is in the Esports World Cup final. This match here, as you said, you've already guaranteed yourself some good cash. You win it, $25,000. And we're loading into it right now.
Yep, we
our
certainly
last
are.
kick-off here.
Well, let's get this show on the road for one final time. From DreamHack Summer, Jönköping, in the heart of Sweden. Here we go. It will be Team Holy, Levi David kicking from left to right to start this game. And from right to left in that orange strip, Manchester City's Matthias Banano. Early chance here for Levi. Osalu cutting inside, looking for the Travella into the far corner.
Just to clear up some confusion as well for those asking, this is the upper bracket final. The lower bracket ended on the qualification matches. So the next time you'll see those players in action will either be the FC Pro World Championships or the Esports World Cup. Bernardo. Travella. Real power or conviction in it.
Ryan, you've played many competitive games throughout your pro career. Knowing at this point in time you've qualified and you're actually just playing full for cash, you just go out there and attack, just play it free. Yeah.
Pressure's off. There's a lot of freedom. Obviously, you're still playing for something. You want to be the person that wins the tournament, but you kind of have done what you can. You've done what you've come to do in a way. Obviously, getting the ticket to the Esports World Cup was on the minds of the likes of Levy and Matthias. Levy building up, knockdown, can't find space, keeps possession somehow.
Oh. Hello. And you feel like it's a mentality thing as well, that 100%. These players can take it into the Esports World Cup saying, oh, I won that tournament.
Exactly.
Like,
it's a fear factor because you're the person that wins. And I think, obviously, for Levy, he would have seen his teammate winning it in Dallas as well, both in the final. So give him that little boost as well, just to get his name as #1 going into the Esports World Cup.
Maybe David coming the closer of the two players. Breaking the deadlock here.
I do have to ask you, Ryan, you've played in these situations where you've played through a bracket, you've already qualified for something. When you've got to go again and you've got to try and get up for it and get motivated when you've seemingly hit your objectives, is that hard to do?
Yeah, I remember in 2018, Barcelona, it's the same thing where you've got into the top 8 to qualify for an event, and then the games after that were pretty much... It was important because you're playing for money, so yeah, that's the aim for a lot of players as well.
It was an all-team Hullet final a few weeks ago in Dallas. And we saw Emre Yilmaz. I'm sure that he didn't need a bracket reset and he won the $25,000. An early chance. Mbappe can't find a way through. I mean, Ryan, you're playing in these games. There's big money on the line. You've already done your job. You've qualified for the World Cup. You're just playing an extra cash game. But for someone like Bonanno,
wants to win.
He needs to win. He's always been in the top 4. He's just missing that sort of trophy, I guess, as much as there isn't a trophy.
Yeah, this year we've seen him obviously get his hands on a trophy in the E-Premier League, E-Champions League coming close as well.
Consistency-wise, he's always up there.
He's a winner.
Definitely, of course, E-Premier League. To mention that one, E-Champions League coming so close. It's sort of a trophy that seems like at some point naturally will be in his hands after being a runner-up.
Cannot forget about the Conmore Libertadores as well that he won. And,
but of course, that was online. He still won it, but
legal last year.
Lifting that trophy in person obviously feels a lot different.
Yeah.
Finesse from distance. Well, you don't often see those going.
Wow.
Time green from Alexia Patajas. Didn't need a corner, didn't need a flick on, didn't need an aerial plus in the conversation.
Talk me through that goal, Alex.
Yeah, just brilliant. Finding Patajas on the edge of the box, looking for that finesse shot into that top corner. When you're quick and precise with it, it's so difficult for the opponent to be able to get their goalkeeper movement to move them across. Almost crab walk like Van der Sar, not able to get a fingertip on it. Levy though, 1 goal to the good. 24 minutes in.
Well, that's not home as well. We can see the chat. Who is your money on to win this? De Bruyne can't find a way through. Have to give credit to Bonanno as well, Ryan, because in that game against Goal Poetry, we're trailing quite a few times and just turned into gear in the last sort of 25 in-game minutes.
Yeah, he seems to come out on top in a lot of games where it's a 50-50 sort of game where he scores late on. We saw even it could have been a completely different story. First game in the winners bracket today, I believe he won on penalties versus Diogo Perote as well, which was a close game.
Chance to break. Oh, he could have went through there. He didn't realise he had the space all the time.
Could be a chance here. Kevin De Bruyne runs into Hosselu.
Chance to break away again on the counter-attack. Hernandez not going to win that one. And chance for Matthias Benitez to get back on the ball again. Nice win back and turn over possession.
Yeah, a little bit of time here.
For those asking in the chat, where are certain players? This is your last game here from DreamHack Sweden.
Yeah, I saw someone asking in the semi-finals, where's Shorey?
He did play this morning about 9 AM.
Yeah. He lost 9-1.
He did beat Gorilla before that in his opening lower bracket game. As we said, there are so many players to cover here in Sweden. There's the flick on. Haaland misses that, believe it or not.
As we're having Joselu at right back who can just deal with Haaland. You don't necessarily need to win the header, but just do enough to off-balance Haaland to make it difficult for him to knock that one down.
Got any questions for us as well on the desk? Myself, Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith, Ryan Pessoa and Alex B. See the chat right now.
Chances really as well. Just talk about the weekend in general.
Yeah. It's been a great weekend in Jönköping here in Sweden.
We've never seen anything like this before, have we? This many players at an event together. Matthias did score the opener. Arno for a second, went to corner. One of the few of these in this game, Levin. We can imagine how good he is with someone that follows the 3-bullet pages. They always come out and let you know the new way to make the most of a tactical formation or even current meta.
Just seen a question there in the chat. When's the last chance qualifier? I'm sure that will be all announced on social media very shortly.
We're not 100% sure on the details, but we know there's 2 spots that are available. And alongside that is 2 global invite spots. Again, we aren't fully aware of how those will be decided as of yet.
Make sure you follow the channel as well. Approaching 10,000 followers.
Because this is where it will all be broadcasted in Riyadh.
Yeah, you don't want to miss a kick of the Esports World Cup.
Hosselu, Mbappe, he's on. Did he send Van Dijk packing? No, Van Dijk returns, and this will be the last kick-off of the first half. Different corner technique maybe this time. For an in-swinger instead of Alex Biateas. Is that going to give him some advantage? Maybe it will.
Got a question and more of an actual statement in the chat here from Falcons Mike 84. I love the tournament and the stream. I hope to be there in Sweden next year. I look forward to seeing you, Mike. Hopefully, I will be seeing you if I go over there in Riyadh later on this year.
Mike was the MVP of last year in the crowd.
There was a lot of noise, wasn't there, out there in Riyadh last year as well. We hope to have that same feeling again.
There was loads of noise last year in Riyadh. It was a great atmosphere, great event. And I imagine we see the same again in just under 2 short months. As they do in the area.
It's the quietest it's been here all weekend long. I think the festival is dying down here in Yongchping for DreamHack Summer.
Lots of support in the chat coming in as well, Rich.
Yeah, he will be there. Falcons Mike. Yeah, we're not sure where or what is going to be happening next year, but I'm sure the success of this year's Esports World Cup and the qualifiers around it will be very
just about on side, it's Osterloop. Continued his run from full-back. Only 1 goal in this. So much time still. So Hernandez continuing that run on the left-hand side if he needs to use it. And all the pace he got. Nice step over exit. Oh, that touch from Ireland wasn't pretty. The idea was there.
Yeah, the step over was direct. Knew what he wanted to do. Just a touch was just a little bit too heavy for Levy there.
It wasn't nice, was it?
Somehow kept that in, Alphonso Davies. Haaland, one more. De Bruyne didn't know where to go.
Is Levy using Militao right back? Looks to be Hostelou to me.
But there was a few players using him at right back.
Yeah. Ronaldo, chance.
Oh, it's done well. The penalty.
Oh, ref! How's that not a pen?
You're normally an expert for penalties, right? That was a pen.
I'm surprised it wasn't given. I was actually just checking up Levy's defensive performance throughout the knockout bracket. He's only conceded 7 goals in his run to the final, which is a very, very strong and resolute performance for him.
Got a question here from Falcons Mike 84. How can I close down opponents in order to get the ball to them?
It's all about looking at the opponent and where they want to go. So if they've got angles, they've got positions of players that are making good, you need to come across into those lanes. Once you step in front of that player's lane first, you can then apply pressure to the ball holder, combining that with some second man press as well and constantly right stick switching to cover off that next pass. Then tap L1 to go back to the guy closest to the ball. Then you can apply that pressure and win the ball back. Sounds relatively simple.
No.
Probably not the way I explained it there. But when you're watching these pros, they make it look simple.
It's seamless.
Well, it's all the way back around to Osterloop. I mean, I like the idea. You're going to potentially win a corner there, Levy. Osterloop's still with it.
Cruz making that run.
Looks after this so well. He's going to play on. Or not. Offside. Wasn't sure what it was then for a second.
Yeah, Haaland just stepping off in that offside position. Good change of tempo from Levy though, as Mateus looks to make that attack.
Corner. Chance for Bernardo. Cristiano Ronaldo with the flick on, and it's actually going wide. Hernandez tried to keep on the pitch, gives away another corner. That one is a corner to forget about.
I'm not
tried
sure
to take it so quickly, Brian, that he's kicked off the pitch.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe he thought it was going to be maybe a different preferred foot on that side. I'm not exactly sure what happened.
Yeah, you see when that ball goes into, whether it's Haaland or CR7, it's so easy to play into them. The defenders on their back, sort of just, you can pop it off. It's very spongy, the ball almost to them. It comes in and you can just play it out like a cake.
What sort of cake?
Well, if it's spongy, you're probably talking maybe a Victoria sponge. What I mean by that, the way that it comes into them, and then you're not even taking the touch, just popping it straight off. X-Packs, X-Packs, S-Packs.
Tell it's been a long weekend, can't you, Ron?
Yeah, Rich is just having fun, you know.
Edu, top coach, I certainly agree. Luco, sir.
Final 24 minutes. One more, goes all the way around. Can he squeeze it in? No, he can't. Recovered well.
Got to score. Felt like it was almost a guaranteed goal. They still got possession from the throw-on.
It's very frustrating for Levy. Musiala decided to look for kind of like a finesse side boot sort of animation instead of just putting his foot straight through it, giving the goalkeeper a chance to save.
Chance.
Mbappe, lovely step overs. Time green. And just like that, it may have taken a good 60 plus minutes. We're all square at 1-1.
Yeah, what a goal. I mean, if you're asking me, play two legs. Let this game go on and really see who does come out on top after nearly 36 minutes of FC. Which makes the goal right.
It's decisive. The step over with Mbappe. Kind of knew what he wanted to do. Again, it came, though, Alex, from a quick counter-attack after that chance he had from Musiala.
Yeah, it did. Sometimes you have to look to...
Hold on.
It's offside.
Oh.
Just catch your opponent out. Sometimes you can be a little bit guilty of kind of building up a little bit too slow, and it allows these best players to put their numbers behind the ball, and then it's difficult for you. If you can catch them on that counter-attack, give yourself 3 or 4 attackers up against the 3 defenders, put yourself in a very good position.
Will we get a winning goal or will we be going to extra time? Not long left to play here.
Maybe a late winner. Well, it could be worth $25,000. He is onside. Mbappe wasn't. Cruz, there's the flick. All you know where that's going to end up. Now, Rivaldo can't really turn. Militao certainly might look like he's in it. Right back now for Levy.
Well, I spoke to Edu about that Luka Modric item. He had Rudol in there, he dropped him. He's one of the only players losing Luka Modric in the centre of midfield.
Just needs a cut back. Where is it? Corner. Fancy it hitting this Modric? Yep. Chance to counter. Just one piece of magic from one of these two could do enough to pick up $25,000. Mbappe might fancy a second. It's creative from Bernardo, but it's counted out. Haaland just queuing up at the back post, then try and work it all the way back across now. Eventually the play does open out.
Instead prefers to go back into the same corner. Just trying to get his players in the right line.
Ireland's moved over towards that back post.
Unfortunately, I hate to say, but I think this could be decided on a corner.
I'd probably say penalties at this point.
Chance to break. Rudiger, look how high forward he is. Mbappe. He can conclude it now. Lovely ball roll, scoop turn. Lovely execute. Cuts it back. Does he need it? Saliba does enough to block it. Still, all square at 1-1 between these two.
Luco in the chat. When's the new Wicked Wednesday, Richard? This upcoming Wednesday, the best players going head to head. You'll probably see more than likely both of these two playing on Wednesday. Far post shot, I think that it was on. I think there was a chance there.
Building for that final chance. Good from Teo. He continues his run. Is this going to be that chance for Impanano? Goes all the way through. De Bruyne didn't want to go on his own. Oh no, it's the gift. CR Stefan, one more pass. There's a sucker at the back, but he won't get it. But to have the composure there, Ryan, just to take the extra time he needed to make the extra pass. And unfortunately, it won't be a goal. That's the beauty of $25,000, but it's a goal nevertheless.
Yep, you take it when it comes. Levy, of course, devastated and rightly so. Honest, I was going to say, can I see that again? I don't think I want to, if I'm being honest. That's extremely tough for Levy to take.
Well, into one final pause they go. If there will be one more chance, well, there will be a kick-off, of course, for Levy. We've spoken about it a lot, Richard. He's just always in the conversation with Tispano. He's just needed that extra push to get that top spot.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been one of those players just on the periphery. We know how talented he is. I think this year, the Premier League was the turning point, really. He had a fantastic Champions League campaign. Just a late penalty knocked him out in the semi-finals. But from then on, what a player he is, what a season.
Well, is that the goal?
Continuing to have.
But we'll conclude this DreamHack Sweden qualifier. 412 players arrived here just a few days ago from all over the world, quite literally. And there will be one man that remains number one out of them all. Matthias Bernardo will be your DreamHack Sweden qualifier champion on the road to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. $25,000, Richard. Of course, this will mean a lot to him, but most importantly, Richard, getting that ticket to Riyadh.
He came with an objective, and that was Esports World Cup qualification, and he's walking away with 25k. You won't wipe that smile off his face anytime soon. Alex B, a deserved champion, you would say, here in Jönköping, Sweden.
Yeah, he did what he needed to do in those tight games that he had, and there just overcoming Levy. It was just a very, very controlled performance from them both, actually, but it was just that counter-attack that he had. As we saw Levy take that lead, 1-0, Patelis on the edge of the box. But from there on out, it was about Matthias Bernardo and what can you do to crown yourself the champion here in Sweden. Mbappe in the middle, takes that step over drive. A fantastic finish.
This was the winning moment. That final goal, it was ugly, but it's $25,000 richer. Good composure, recycled the play. And Mbappe coming out on top alongside CR7 for Manchester City's Matthias Bernardo. What a tournament we have had. Let's have a look at that bracket one more time and see how it all went down, Brandon Smith.
Absolutely. Again, look, we came into our final 32 today. We had an upper round and a lower round. 4 spots were concluded from the upper round early today. Those 4 players in the upper semi-final: Abu Maka, Levi David,
Banana and Goal Poacher were the first 4 to qualify themselves for the Esports World Cup. Then we went down into the trenches, that lower bracket there, as you can see. There was some big score lines, there was some late goals, there was some extra time. And then we found Anders Vergang and, of course, Young qualifying for the Esports World Cup as well. And you just saw there our upper grand final. A cash game is basically what it was. $25,000 going the way of Matthias Bernal. Well, look, 12 spots have been given out.
Yeah, they certainly have. Let's have a look at those qualified players. Ryan, talk me through them.
Yep, 6 new players solidifying their spots at the Esports World Cup. We saw Abu Maka and Matthias Bernal earlier on as well. Levy, Goal Poacher, Anders Vergang and Young will all be joining the other players that were, well, I say given their spots for the...
Awarded
their spots, that's a better word.
Yeah.
Joining Emre Yilmaz and Manny Bashu solidified their spots in Dallas 2 weeks ago as well. So it's starting to take shape. 4 more spots available for the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, well, it's going to be an absolute extravaganza when we tune into Riyadh in late August. Guys, it's been a pleasure with you on the commentary desk. Brandon, 6 players. Some that you would expect, some that may be a bit of a surprise.
I'd say a lot, mainly more we expect. I'll be honest, players that we expected in there that I think we came into our 32 brackets, as I said on broadcast. There were some unfamiliar names that we haven't seen for years that are in that 32, and I thought, is there going to be a few surprises that qualify? Overall, not really. I think we had maybe sort of the main staples coming through.
The players that we've seen qualify, Ryan, could any of them, in your opinion, go all the way?
My eyes is always, it's always on Anders, just because of what you see when he's at his best. And he's box office, he's great to watch. So he's obviously somebody that can go the distance, but so could Matthias, so could Levy, so could Goal Poacher. All of them, Abu Maka, everyone could go the distance. Young as well, I can't forget. So it's a strong list.
It's been an unbelievable 3 days, Alex, here in Jönköping in Sweden. Who's going to do it?
I think I'm with Ryan. I think Anders possibly is arguably one of the favourites going into it. I mean, what, 37 goals in 4 games?
Ridiculous.
Just a ridiculous amount. And he just has so much to his game, and obviously we know the quality that he can bring. But, I mean, your best chance is around one of the Team Hullet guys.
Yeah, they've got 3 stats in their favour.
Yep.
If you're playing the probability, well, it's been an absolute pleasure for you to come in and join us for the extended coverage of this DreamHack Summer Qualifier. We have enjoyed every single step of the way over the last 3 days. This is it from Jönköping in Sweden, from all 4 of us, from myself, Richard Buckley, Alex B, Ryan Pessoa and Brandon Smith. It's Matthias Bernal's night here. 6 players will join the already 6 qualified. 12 is where we lie. 4 more will be making their way to Riyadh in a few weeks' time. We will be there as well, and I cannot wait to see you there when we pick this up at the Esports World Cup. Good night, and we'll see you very soon.